All right, welcome everybody to the Port Orange Neighborhood Council Board meeting. It is Wednesday, September 9th. And as you just saw, the meeting is being recorded, and the recording of this meeting will be posted on the meeting page on our website. As always, a little bit of information for those in the room that are wondering how to participate in this meeting. Please follow these instructions if you can. The meeting is open to the public via the web or over the phone. Board members only appear on the screen, but there are many attendees from the public in the attendees room. Normally everyone is muted except when given the floor to speak. All members of the public may provide comment to the board on each agenda item and during general comments. So please follow the cues. When an agenda item is up, the board president that will comment on that item. So every agenda item will have a public comment period after when I let you know. If you wish to speak on that item, when I say, okay, we're opening that item for public comment, you can use the computer controls to raise your hand. And whether you're on a computer or a phone, you can do that. And here's how. If you are on a computer, you look for an icon that says raise hand. It looks like a palm of a hand, usually at the bottom of the screen. If you click on it, I will see that there's a raised hand, and the software will set up the raised hands in a queue. So I start from the top to the bottom. So it depends who raised their hand first. Please do not raise your hand before the agenda item starts, because then I will not know what you're raising your hand for, and it'll just confuse the process. I will attempt to put a timer on the screen for each comment period, and depending on the number of comments made or to be made, which is the number of hands raised, the default number is 2 minutes, but if it's too many comments, I will reduce them to 1 minute. We have a very full agenda, and I am committed to staying on course and getting through it. If you are using a telephone, you can raise your hand at the time you want to raise your hand by simply dialing *9. That will also set up a raised hand next to your phone number. The phone number shown on the screen is not a full phone number. It is truncated for numbers. So that number will not show completely. I'll just say number ending with 123 or whatever. And again, I will use the timer to the best I can, and please respect the time, and I will have to mute someone who goes beyond their allotted time. And as I said, the meeting is being recorded. If you're looking at the screen and you see large video come in and out, you may want to look for what's called a gallery view, and that way everybody is tiled to the same screen size. That makes it a little easier to follow. There is a Q&A tab at the bottom, but please only use it for procedural questions or technical questions that you're encountering any difficulties. We will try to answer them, but they are not for discussion or not for questions related to anything that is on the agenda or related to board business. So with that, I will ask if there is any procedural question before we start. All right, I see no questions. Let me double check something. Okay, so with that, I will ask the secretary to call the roll.
Sure, good afternoon, everyone. Brandy?
Here.
Thank you. Hassan?
Here.
David Balin?
Here.
Jason?
Here.
Miran?
Here.
Becky?
Here.
David Lasher?
Here.
Lori?
Here.
Assad?
Here.
Gabriel here. Isam?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Thank you.
Esam, I have a question. This is
Yes,
David
David.
Galen. Should we bring Gibson in? He's sitting in the attendees.
No, I understand. We'll bring him in during the representatives' comments.
Very good.
Okay, item 4, presentation from representatives of elected officials and city departments. So I will open the floor. I've allotted a total of 40 minutes for this. I see Colin in the room. Colin, the floor is yours. You need to unmute himself. There you go.
Hi, everybody. Colin Cruz, District Director for Councilmember John Lee. We are continuing with all of the programs that I've spoken about with you for the past several months, our Angel Fund programs, assisting individuals and small businesses that are struggling during the pandemic. We launched our Lunches of Love program that I mentioned last month, and it's off to a really good start. We're having a lot of success taking lunches out to homeless encampments throughout Council District 12. Also, the council member recently introduced to the city council a motion for the DWP to report back to the council regarding the recent power outages, if there's infrastructure issues or what was the cause of the failure. I don't know about you guys. I personally was out of power for about 16 hours over this past weekend, and that was a little rough. Also, the council member introduced a motion requesting that the Department of Animal Services report immediately to the council on the long-term plan for the West Valley Animal Shelter. And that's basically what I've got for you today.
All right. Thank you, Colin. I'm going to open the floor first for public members. Anyone who has a question for Colin? If you have a question, please raise your hand so I can unmute you. Okay. Christopher, you need to you're into the room. Please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we want to ask the council members representative about the status of the street racing dilemma and the nuisance driving that seems to be plaguing Porter Ranch. We've had this ongoing issue for some time, and so far I haven't really seen any definitive action on toward eradicating it. And I don't mean just regulating it. We're talking about eradicating it.
Right. The LAPD does have a street racing task force, and they are active in the Porter Ranch area. They're aware of the situation up there, particularly on like Cessnon and Tampa and all that. The issue with Cessnon is it's such a wide street. Like your typical remedies for such a thing would be like speed bumps, but that's not something we can do up there because it's a very wide street. Another remedy that we've done in more industrial areas are what's called rumble strips. But again, it's a very wide street, and on top of that, the rumble strips are very noisy, and obviously those streets abut homes, and you know, it would be very disruptive to the homeowners to put them in. So we're continuing to look into, you know, thinking out of the box kind of solutions. Obviously, LAPD monitors social media to look for any sort of organized street racing events. They're very active on that, but you know, also people just, you know, they get on these wide open roads and they just go. And obviously, traffic enforcement and LAPD can't be everywhere at once. But we are trying to think outside of the box and look into other solutions. We were just talking about it in our staff meeting yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate you guys trying to work on the solution, but you know, the speed bumps obviously are not the solution.
Right.
You're right. We need to think out of the box. You know, some kind of surveillance, some kind of signage. You know, let people know that you know, this is totally unwarranted up here. You know, for the first time, I've lived up here 17 years, and for the first time, I've actually heard of people wanting to relocate based on that sole issue alone. And, it's very disheartening to the long-term residents that have been up there for so long.
Yeah, and it's not a new issue. We're just trying to think of new ways to look at it to get some sort of resolution.
All right, well, good luck, and I'm looking forward to seeing some kind of change, because I'm on the fence about leaving myself, and quality of life is certainly number one around here. So that's it.
All right.
Thank
You, Chris. Any other public member question to Colin? All right, Colin, I have 4 questions from you from the board. Assad, go ahead.
Yes, hi, Colin. So to echo on what Christopher was saying, Thursday we had a very extensive meeting to address and discuss the speeding. We had LAPD, we had the Special Task Force, we had invited Councilman Lee, and we invited the Chief of Staff, we invited you, we invited basically everybody I knew in your office. Unfortunately, we had no representation from your office. If you were with us Thursday, we could have discussed on the spot some of the items that we can do jointly together. Now, that was Thursday. I kindly ask you to arrange for us to have a high-level meeting with your staff and team anytime you want in the upcoming weeks. We have a lot of input from the community. We have a lot of solutions from LADOT. We have a lot of feedback from LAPD and LAFD. The only link that's missing right now is Councilman Lee and your staff. And so please arrange for something for us as soon as possible for the safety committee to take some action on this item. Thank you.
Assad, as you know, there are 10 neighborhood councils in Council District 12. It is simply not possible for us to deploy deputies to every committee meeting that happens. And we typically have not attended committee meetings because the committee does their thing, the neighborhood council acts on it or doesn't, and then it comes to us. With 10 neighborhood councils, it is just not feasible for us to attend these committee meetings.
Understand.
All right, thank you. Jason, go ahead.
All right. Hi, Colin. We have on the agenda the discussion about the animal shelter.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for you to attend that portion, so at least you could bring back some feedback to the councilman, or if possible? And then I wanted to ask about, we had the fire on Reseda, so I'm glad Assad spoke, but I talked to Assad about it. He's our safety chair, and he sent out an email to Eric Moody. The Caltrans is not maintaining the brush clearance properly over there. I mean, you're familiar with the park and ride and all that, but I mean, that particular area as well, Tampa, Reseda, Amigo, keep going down, into Granada Hills. It's the same issue in Chatsworth. This whole North Valley, Caltrans isn't doing their job. So what do you recommend we do? I put in these requests, 3 weeks ago, I put in a request for Amigo before the fire, and they didn't do it. They didn't accomplish the brush clearance there. And then we had that fire. So I'm just wanting to, see, can we get a letter of request from the councilman to DOT to maintain, within the fire regulations? That's, my question. What do you recommend, Colin, please?
I mean, are we talking about DOT or are we talking about Caltrans? Because obviously Caltrans is
I'm sorry, I meant
yeah, Caltrans.
I apologize.
Yeah,
Caltrans.
I mean, we work, Eric works closely with Caltrans, but ultimately they don't answer to us. They answer to your state representatives. We do everything we can to get them to act, and sometimes they're quicker to act than other times. Just like every government agency, I would say, in the state, they're stretched thin, but it's not really my job to defend Caltrans. I know Eric works very hard to try to get them to act on items that are brought to our attention. But But that is more of a question for your state representative, because it is their agency.
So you don't recommend anything that we can do to work with your office? Like, would the councilman be willing to send a letter, something like that?
I would be happy to bring that up to him. Sure.
That'd be great. And what about the question I had about the animal services shelter? Can we get some feedback back to the councilman from our discussion later in the evening?
Yeah, feel free to reach out to me. Yeah, I mean, we're getting a ton of feedback about the animal shelter.
Yeah,
clearly, clearly, folks are not happy with the initial plan. The council member wants the shelter to reopen as soon as possible. You know,
but the motion doesn't say that. That's the thing. The council file doesn't say that. So, you know, that's,
no, but he's publicly said that he wants to reopen the shelter as quickly as possible.
he does. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, David Lasher.
Colin.
Hi, Colin. You know, I don't want to make a speech here. I do have a question. I know you. I take you at your word. We're both local government professionals that care about our constituents. You and I are both on the same page with respect to the street racing, the scope of the problem, the extent of the enforcement problem, given the width of Cessna and the nature of it being pretty much whack-a-mole. But I'm seriously tired of tilting at windmills. We have discussed this. Hundreds of local residents have said the same thing for years, and it's getting worse, not better. And in association with that, and it's the same people, we have these modified mufflers that are sold as aftermarket products. I don't know how they're even legal. And we've got people coming down Reseda. I live toward the bottom. They come down from 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour at all hours of the night and drop gears. And it's like 40 shotgun blasts per gear. They're setting off car alarms. We can't sleep with our windows open anymore. It's part and parcel of the same people. Why can't we get more officers up here that are bar certified, that can report these vehicles, pull them over, and send them to the Bureau of Auto Repair referee, which is very expensive for these scofflaws. We don't have any overnight traffic enforcement after pretty much dark. And we're talking about 11 o'clock at night, 2 o'clock in the morning. It's just, and it's every night now. So I know the scope of the problem you're even had to deal with, because you're not a cop, you're not a Devonshire, but this has got to get addressed.
I mean, again, if you know, you're right. This has been going on. I mean, I've been with, you know, I've been through multiple administrations with CD12, and this has always been an issue. I mean, staffing for LAPD is an issue. You know, again, I'm not the public safety deputy, so I'm talking a little bit out of my wheelhouse.
Gotcha.
But I don't know that we can plant a black and white up there for a night to you know, maybe catch somebody. I know that they're there. I know that they have increased their presence in the area.
Motors have during the day, absolutely.
But I also know that I mean, it's been a minute. It's been a month or so ago. But I mean, an arrest was made with street racing.
I don't want to interrupt you, but the
David,
thing is
we got to move on. We got to move on.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
David Balin.
Yes, thank you. Colin, good evening. Two things, just to let the community know. The other night when we had our traffic safety committee, we did have LAPD traffic there. We had LAPD. We had 2 SLOs there. They're working on this, and they know about it. They're trying to do everything in their possible realm to get this resolved. So it's not being unnoticed. Just so you know. But to move on, Colin, my question for you is, Councilman Member Lee, the other night at a council meeting, and he said it 4 times to be exact, that CD12 is using the money from Sunshine Canyon for the loans and for other things. And I don't see that money going out of the Sunshine Canyon Fund. Can you elaborate on that?
The Change Reaction Angel Fund, the Angel Fund monies are coming from the Chain Reaction Foundation. I'm not sure to which statements you're speaking about.
Well, it was recorded, and Francis was the note taker on that. But he said it 4 times. But I don't see the money coming out of Sunshine Canyon. So very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. That was not my understanding. But you know, Sometimes I miss things.
Can you
No.
check with him on that? Because he did say it, and if it's not true, then he should correct it. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriel?
Yes, sir. How are you, Colin?
Good.
I got a question. I still have huge concerns about the safety of our kids going to PRCS, crossing the streets to go to school whenever schools open up, possibly next month, I'm hearing, but who knows? Especially after the crosswalk was removed multiple years ago, and I've addressed this to your office multiple times, the one on Palladino and Cessnon, and nothing has been done to improve the intersection Mason and Cessnon, including flashing lights or some kind of crosswalk for the kids. What can we do to possibly expedite something for the safety of our kids when the schools open up, crossing the street right there, going to school?
I mean, those are DOT issues. I would have to talk with Eric. I mean, is there a crossing guard up there?
There's nothing. The stop sign was removed multiple years ago, which we have pictures when it was there, and it vanished and it never came back, and nothing's been done. No controlled intersection on Cessna and Mason, and nobody stops at the red lights making right turns and left turns there during school hours. So the safety of our kids is in jeopardy on that intersection, Mason and Cessna, as well as Palladino and Cessna.
Right. Let me talk with Eric, and then I'll also talk with Matt Hernandez about, again, I don't know the availability of officers, but if one can, when and if schools reopen for, in-person learning, I would assume there's been officers up there before in the mornings. I know that several years ago we had issues with parking and stuff.
Right, because they're both aware of the issue. I've had conversations with both of them, but if you can look into it and get back to me, that'll be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last question from the board, Miran, and then I'm going to go to the attendees. There are 2 questions there. Go ahead.
Hi, Collins. How are you?
Good.
Good. I have 2 questions for you. The councilman John Lee visited all NCs, but not Porter Ranch where he lives. Why? And my second question to you, how John Lee is on his motion on Aliso and how he plans to respond to 8 of 10 NCs demanding the chemical lists. Those are my 2 questions to you.
I mean, as far as the first one, I mean, that's all open to his scheduling. I mean, I don't set his schedule. He is obviously in a lot of meetings these days, Zoom meetings. So I don't know why. I guess he just couldn't make it work on his calendar. And what was the second one? You got garbled. Something about Aliso?
Correct. How his motion on Aliso and how he plans to respond to 8 of 10 neighborhood council demanding the chemical list.
The chemical list, Colin.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I know that motion is in committee. That is Council President Nuri Martinez's committee. It's the Rules Committee. That's where it is now. As far as the chemicals list, I don't know. I'll have to follow up with our legislator.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to open the floor quickly. Ryan.
I'll be very brief. I know we got an agenda here, but good evening, everybody. And gosh, talk about kind of mixed feelings here because it's my second to last meeting that I'll be in this capacity since our term is coming to an end. But I want to first thank everybody for.
Ryan, stay on for a minute. Colin, please stay on because I have 2 other hands raised that I think they're questions for you. But Ryan, I thought you were going to comment about what you noted in the
okay,
Q&A.
Sorry about that. I thought it was my turn.
No, go ahead. If you can comment on that, then I'll open the floor for the other 2, and then I'll ask you back.
All I will comment is that absolutely contact us about Caltrans. Those are the type of requests that our district office takes. So if you just email me and you let me know what areas that you're talking about in particular, happy to make that call over to the specific liaison that we work for with Caltrans. And usually there's a really good turnaround.
I don't have your contact, but thank you for that, Ryan.
Yeah, so it's easy. It's ryan.valencia@asm asm.ca.gov. That's ASM as in Michael.ca.gov.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Ryan.
Ryan.
Just stay with me for 1 second. Liz, the floor is yours. You need to unmute.
Thank you. Regarding the speeding and racing, we live just below ET Park, and I would like to know why we can't put up barriers or like parkways between the lanes so that we don't have the donuts happening. At least if they can't make constant U-turns, and we put up some lovely landscaped islands that might help reduce the amount of racing.
Well, and that and K-rails, that sort of thing, is something that we have been discussing.
Well, maybe
you know,
something a little nicer than K-rails.
I
Center
understand.
median.
But
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, but for a temporary fix, the K-rails might be more immediate. Median projects, you know, those are a little bit more extensive. But I hear you, and yeah, these are things that we can talk about.
Yeah, but you know what? I've lived up here for over 30 years, and talk is cheap. And for 30 years, we've been talking about it.
Liz, your point is well made.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to say.
I know. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
The hands keep on raising here. Brian, Allen, is this?
This is in regards to the Sunshine Canyon funds that John was talking about. Those funds, I'm sure you already know this, those funds were generated by action of the neighborhood councils with Granada Hills, I believe, in the lead. I wasn't there at the time. And they are to be used for projects within the community 5 miles, within 5 miles of the landfill. I don't know where John was talking about funds being used, but I can tell you that recently, as a matter of fact, just this month, John did come to us and he has provided Granada Hills North, and I don't know if he's done this with any other councils, but he has provided us with the responsibility to spend those monies. And we have a given amount of money that we can spend. We have also asked for an accounting on those monies, and he has told us he would give us that. We know that $10 million was given to Pettit Park to redo the pool there. But we do not have a good accounting for what has been spent there, and we are going to get it. When we get it, we will share it with you.
All right, thank you, Brian. Mr. Jeremy Lee, you need to unmute yourself.
Oh, no, it's.
Sorry, go ahead.
Not me. I'm sorry.
Jeremy, I cannot hear you. You lowered your hand. Okay. Let me move on. Patty?
Okay, thank you. Just a quick thing to jump on what Moran said about the letters that were sent to John Lee. We on the CAG have tried to communicate with him about important subjects regarding the health study, and we have not heard back, and we even sent a follow-up letter. So please let him know that we are waiting because this is so important to the health study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry? I'm sorry, Sherry, go ahead.
Hi, I don't know if this is the right spot, but the trash along the entrance and the exits of the freeway, especially off of Tampa, is just disgusting. And I did call Caltrans, but I don't think you know, that I'm going to get anywhere. Does anybody have any suggestions? Because the trash dumps on the streets, on Chatsworth Street, on all the, you know, small, you know, intersecting streets has gotten much worse. Is there anybody who's on top of that?
Well, if well, two things. If it's on an off ramp, then obviously, you know, that's Caltrans, and I can't really do anything about that. But if it's illegal dumping on a city street, you know, we have a rapid response team. We have 2 guys in a loaned long-term loaned city sanitation truck, and they're on patrol 3 days a week. Now, one day's a little light for them because they are out delivering meals to seniors from the Wilkinson Center. But you can reach out to our office regarding illegal dumping on city streets, and if my guys can't pick it up themselves in the truck, then we'll get it over to sanitation. But they're, you know, they're strapping young guys, so usually they can handle, you know, abandoned mattresses or bed frames or couches or whatever.
Okay, so what is that? What is that contact?
You can email me, and my email address is my name, COLIN dot CREWS
yes
at LAcity.org.
Okay. Hey, Colin, David Balin here. This is something that was brought up at the LAPD.
Just a second, David. Just a second, David. Sherry, thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sherry, can I just
David,
one thing?
David, last comment. I need to move on.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Colin, if you can remember, this is something that was brought up at the LAPD homeless a couple months ago, and we were going to look into it. It's at the very end of the street, so it's kind of like whose trash is it really? Is it Caltrans? Is it?
Are you talking about by the parking ride?
That's correct.
Yeah, well, I sent, after we spoke about this at the meeting you just referred to, my guys went out and collected all of those shopping carts from the end.
I'm just letting you know, this is probably where she's talking. It's a repetitive thing, so I appreciate that you did that. Thank you so much.
And I mean, David, you can reach out to me anytime, and I can, you know, I've got the guys out there. Like I said, it's 3 days, but they only have a couple of hours on Thursdays because they start delivering meals.
All right,
and
Colin,
they try to fit the parking ride on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Colin, thank you for your time.
Thank you,
much
Colin.
appreciated.
Thanks.
Ryan, please go ahead.
Just with the report in general?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, well, Sherry, please know this is Ryan Valencia with the Office of Assemblywoman Smith. I will 100% make a personal call tomorrow to Caltrans, okay? I took down that Tampa note for the off-ramps. But otherwise, again, just thank you so much for having us. Like I said before, this is going to be our second to last neighborhood council meeting, it looks like. So I'll say my proper goodbyes next month. But the news is that we have for you is one, that we did finish session just last Monday. It was a very, very long last day, but we were able to get through all our final pieces of legislation, and luckily one of the ones that we're proud of was AB 3267, which we authored, which has to do with state emergency planning for those with functional needs, and our duty as both Cal OES and as counties to take those into account when emergency planning. So that was finally passed, as well as SB 1447 was one that we co-authored, which is a small business tax credit for COVID-19 relief. That was actually, I believe, just signed by the governor earlier today. And a lot of questions we've received to our office from constituents in the San Fernando Valley has been in regards to that September 1st expiration of the moratorium for evictions. So there was a final package that was passed. I believe the number was AB 3088. And that was immediately signed by the governor, and so that is an extension legislatively of that of the tenants protections into the end of the year. And there's a lot more detail in the website that I want to plug and discuss, which is covid19.ca.gov. That's covid19.ca.gov. And under there, you'll see a lot of the Tenant Protections Act and its details and resources, not just for the tenants themselves, but landlords as well, to understand what their rights are and how the judicial system will be working going forth. Just the final notes that I have is one that our office just continues to take as much casework as we can. A lot of folks have contacted us, not just in terms of the evictions moratorium, but in terms of EDD issues that they're having. We're happy to take those on. DMV issues that you may be having. So we just encourage you to reach out to our office regardless. And secondly, that when it comes to the public safety power shutoffs, please feel free, if there's any connections that you need to make, complaints that you want to make, to contact our office, and that way we can discuss with our liaisons over at SoCal Edison to see that what we can do, especially for those vulnerable populations that do get affected by these kind of rolling blackouts that occur. What was the last thing I wanted to say? Well, no, I'll just leave it there and actually just open it up to questions. And on the COVID-19 website, I would also mention that it's a lot more user-friendly than before. A lot of the questions that we often get are answered on that new website portal, which includes what's open and what's not. That's easily found if you just type the county that you live in, and it explains by industry kind of what's going on, as well as the two metrics. The governor, upon making that new 4-tier system for counties to follow, kind of what it was a simplified metrics. There's two basic ones, which is the rate of cases per 100,000 and the positivity rate, which, in terms of positivity rate, Los Angeles County looks good. It's the new case rate that is the one of concern, but you can actually follow on the map what those metrics are and compare to what the tiers are of different county. And furthermore, that the nice progress on that is that it allows for a lot more county variance and different responses per county. But otherwise, I'll leave that there.
Ryan, I have a question first from the floor. Sherry, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, this is Sherry Darrell-Hunnian. Brian Valencia, I just wanted to say thank you for all the service and all your presence throughout the North Valley. As Christy Smith's field rep, you've been just awesome. Everywhere I go, I would see you at Chamber of Commerce events, street fairs, tree lighting, everything. So we are going to miss you if and when, your boss wins an election and you have other endeavors. But thank you again. In case I miss next month's meeting, I wanted to say that to you.
Thank you, Sherry. That's very meaningful. I appreciate that, and I've had a pleasure working with you.
Thank you, David Balin.
Ryan, quick question. Can you reiterate the small business tax credit? Did you say it was SB 1447?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Miran?
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan, for working with us. It was a pleasure. And we wish you all the success in every step you move forward. But I also would like to say a big thank you to Smith on passing the state plastic bills, I believe last week. Great job and keep up. Thank you.
Well, actually, we did vote for it. I believe they ended up 4 votes short of passage. So it was unfortunate, but I'm sure that'll be taken up again. That's what the authors have stated.
Well, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, everybody, and have a great meeting.
You too. All right, with that, let me move on to the next item on the agenda. And
What
that's
about Gibson?
I'm sorry. Gibson, you don't have your hand raised. Would you
I have
like
a
to?
question for Gibson too.
Okay. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Good evening. Once again, my name is Gibson Yambura with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. I do know as we go on to today's agenda items, I just wanted to sort of touch base with everybody. Want to let everybody know that the motion for censure, the department's response to the motion for censure was we provided concern. We provided to concern.
Gibson, please respect the process. We need to go through the process as stated in the bylaws.
And that is why I'm letting the board know before
And I
the
would
motion.
I would appreciate that be part of the discussion on the motion, but not before.
Okay, not a problem. I'm just going to ask then to speak. And just giving department points on it.
I understand.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Jason, you had a question?
Oh,
Yes,
hey,
Jason.
Gibson. Yeah, I was asking because I didn't finish my training, and my thing expired, so I just wasn't sure to what extent I can participate. I know I can't vote, obviously. I didn't quite finish the ethics training.
As also stated in Jason, in your Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council bylaws, it does state that in order to vote, you do need to make sure that you've secured your training, all 3 trainings. So if as you're not completed, you would not be able to vote on motions on the agenda.
Okay, but so I'm ineligible, but I can still speak?
Yes, you can speak and participate as just voting.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. In addition to that, also, Ms. Brandy, your ethics has expired as well. You should have received an email. Yes.
I did not.
You received an email from our team letting you know you can log in to recertify with in your training.
I got an email telling me the login information had been requested, but I didn't remember requesting it. But okay.
Yeah, it's because because your code of conduct expired a week ago.
Okay, thank you.
And the code of ethics.
Yes.
And you can usually find these in the monthly profile newsletter that we get from Dunn every month.
And that is why Ms. Brandy received it, to make sure that you'll be able to log in. If you can log in right now and do your code of conduct, but also just that's the way we are doing it. Board members, just kind of be on the lookout for that. We are using the Cornerstone system to facilitate all our trainings moving forward. We're just trying to make sure we can streamline the process within the Neighborhood Council system. And that's why we want to make sure that we use that process. With that, thank you, Mr. President.
Anything else reporting from Dunn?
No, sir. Not at this moment.
Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is, I'm sorry?
I have a quick question for Gibson.
Go ahead.
So if I do this right now, can I vote, or am I just ineligible for the remainder of the meeting?
Ms. Brandon, based on your bylaws, because you don't have all 3, you would be ineligible to vote, but you can participate.
Okay, thank you.
There's a Paula, you have your hand raised. Go ahead. Is this a question for Gibson? You need to unmute yourself.
This is former state assemblywoman Paula Boland. I
Yes,
live
ma'am.
in Porter Ranch. I've been here since 1968. I was on the Charter Committee that formed the neighborhood councils. And said I've lived here since 1968. I was your state assemblywoman. And I would like to speak, please, on a couple of the issues you're going to be dealing with tonight.
And we can only speak to them at the time we bring them up.
I understand that. I just wanted to notify you ahead of time that I would like to do that.
When the issue comes up, I will ask the question again for anybody in the public to bring up any comment, and please raise your hand at that time. I would be glad to open it for you.
Okay, thank you. Then
Thank you.
I will do that. I appreciate it. Again,
Thank
it's
you.
former Assemblywoman Paula Boland.
Thank you. It's just your name shows up for me, just Paula, so I
Oh, I'm
apologize.
sorry,
I
that
don't know that.
wasn't able to fill it in, so I apologize for that.
No problem. Oh, Becky, where did you go? Let me bring you back. All right, Glenn.
Yes, Glenn Bailey. I'm just wondering if Gibson might be able to provide the information about the Congress of Neighborhoods, not just for the board, but for other interested persons, so I don't have to use my general public comment time to do it. Thank you.
Gibson, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
I do. I thought Glenn was going to be able, but just want to let everybody know at the end of this, at the end of this month, ladies and gentlemen, I know something it's every year this great event is always held that is always welcoming to all our neighborhood council board members, and that will be the Congress of Neighborhoods. It will be on Saturday, September 26th. Everybody should have received an email notification on the event. It will have great speakers. Most of the time, it's always held in City Hall. We make sure that neighborhood council board members have access to resources, panel discussions, trainings. It's a whole day event, but because of COVID, it will be a virtual meeting. You should have received an email notification and invitation to sign up and join it. I definitely welcome all board members to participate and join the Congress of Neighborhoods. It is a tremendous event that is held within the neighborhood council system, and the department is always glad to be of assistance in it.
Thank you, Gibson. David Balin, last question before I move on. Go ahead.
The question is for Gibson. Gibson, would you please check your mic? For some reason, you're not very clear. You're fading out, and we'd really like to hear the things you say. Please, thank you.
It's like, okay, let me make sure.
Much better now.
You're oscillating.
Much better?
Yeah.
Okay. It's my headphone jack. That was wrong. Apologies for
Thank you. No problem. Okay. With that, thank you, Gibson. I will move on to item 5, LAUSD update from Education Board member Scott Schmerelson. And Mr. Schmerelson has been waiting patiently in the wings. So, Mr. Schmerelson, the floor is yours.
Okay, you hear me now, correct?
We hear you now.
Thank you so much. So, good evening, everyone. And I want to let you know that I'm Scott Schmerelson. I am your member of the LAUSD Board of Education, and I represent 110 schools with 20 San Fernando Valleys, starting at North Hollywood and going all the way to Porter Ranch. So I mention your neighborhood council all the time because that's where my boundaries end. And I represent 2 of your fantastic schools, Porter Ranch Community School and Castle Bay. My field deputy, Tara Vidani, has been doing a terrific job helping me to stay connected with my schools and community organizations in Porter Ranch. So the last time I saw many of you was at the Porter Ranch Community School for your February board meeting, and a lot has changed since the February board meeting. Our school buildings closed within a few days of that. And we embarked on a completely new way of schooling. As Tara previously shared with you, LAUSD has been operating 63 grab-and-go food centers across LA. And we have 17 of them in the San Fernando Valley. So I was instrumental in getting the hours earlier. So the centers now open from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. And that was to allow parents to go get the food and come back home to make sure that they'd be in time for school. And I also was instrumental in encouraging the 9 o'clock start time, because I don't know about you, but the kids are going to bed later and later. And any earlier than 9 o'clock is going to be non-productive. So we have 9 o'clock as the start time. So listen to this fantastic information. We have distributed over 58 million meals to both children and adults. 58 million meals to both children and adults. And I am so grateful to the LAUSD staff who are on the front lines, making this food relief effort a reality because it's clearly needed. So for the 2021 school year, our schools are following regular schedules and providing daily live instruction in accordance with state law. District-wide, we currently have 92% attendance, 92%, which is quite an achievement considering all the curveballs that our schools have experienced in the last few months. But there's still a lot of work ahead. You know, it's great to have 92% attendance, but what about those poor 8% who are not participating? So that is what we are working on. Most of them are students with disabilities, are part of our foster or homeless youth population. So we are working very hard for those 8%. So every single day, our district staff are making calls, sending texts, and even conducting socially distant home visits to learn how we can better support these families and get them connected. That being said, I spent 4 decades in school buildings as a teacher and a counselor and an administrator, principal, assistant principal, and I know that the best way to learn is face-to-face interaction with other kids in the room so kids can bounce ideas off each other. That's the only way to learn. But, you know, we have to do what we have to do. So that is my goal. Face-to-face instruction in school with kids. So LAUSD continues to communicate daily with our state and federal and county public health officials as we wait for the green light to reopen our schools. We are actively exploring hybrid models and what safety procedures need to be in place for a safe return as soon as possible. Now listen, even when kids start going back, there will be parents who say they don't want their kids going to school yet, and that is perfectly okay. We will still provide 100% distance learning for those children whose parents say they want them at home and not at school. We will cater to everyone. For the most up-to-date information on the district plans, I encourage you to participate in the monthly town halls hosted by Local District Northwest. The September town halls will take place on the 17th and the 18th of September. And you may visit achieve.lausd.net/Northwest for the times and registration link. And LAUSD is further extending the enrichment program that was first introduced in the summer of 2020. For fall, for example, we'll be offering courses on topics such as computer science, method acting, and museum studies, to name just a few. They will meet virtually either after school or on Saturday. So to view all elementary to high school course offerings, parents may visit enrichment.lausd.net. And the enrollment window closes on Tuesday, September the 15th for these enrichment classes. Now, before I hand this back to Isam, and I appreciate you, I want to be sure to mention my Student Advisory Council. And you say, what is a Student Advisory Council? Well, I am the only board member in Board District 3 for the 5th year who has a Student Advisory Council. And the deadline to apply is tomorrow. But believe me, they got plenty of notice for the last 3 weeks. But tomorrow is the deadline to apply. It consists of one student from every high school in Board District 3, and we meet monthly after school. This council gives students the opportunity to learn more about LAUSD, instructional, operational, and policy issues, and also provides them with an avenue to directly share feedback with me, the school board member. And the kids know when they tell me, it gets done. So Tara has shared details with your president and your education chair. She will also be sending out a flyer for an event I'm hosting with Assemblyman Jesse Gabrielle on Wednesday, September the 30th, on how COVID-19 has affected the college application process. So if you know of any high school seniors or nervous parents, please be sure the details are shared with them once you get this information. So I've hosted about a dozen virtual events since the pandemic on everything from mental health to the census, even a feature of the PRC's Korean language program. And they're all archived on my Facebook page. And if you're looking for additional resources, they are there at Scott at LAUSD. And in Spanish, Scott en Español. And that's it for me. That's plenty from me. Isam, thank you so much. I'll be happy to take questions. You know, Tara is at your meetings all the time, so she's the best person to get feedback to. And you can always call my office at 213-241-8333, or my email, scott.schmerelson@lausd.net. But Tara is my faithful companion, and she will take all the information. So thank you
very
Sal.
much,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Schmerelson.
council.
I have 3 board members who want to ask you questions.
Sure,
Everyone,
sure.
I have 5 minutes. Please leave room for the one after you. First question from Jason.
Oh, yeah, thank you for all that you're doing, enhancing the services LAUSD is providing. Everything you mentioned is fantastic, grab and go, the enrichment classes. Yeah, my daughter goes to Castle Bay, and I was just wondering, are there any planned improvements to the schools? Like, for example, you know, the air circulation within the classrooms. We have bungalows there, and then
yes.
Are they looking at outdoor settings as well? I think, you know, as a parent, I'm just kind of curious. I know you said you're exploring hybrid models, but
yes,
you know, just if you have any information, I can't.
I do. And Jason, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Everything you said, the answer is yes. Let me tell you what the district is doing. They are running the air conditioner, not the compressor, the air conditioner every day, 24 hours a day, with special filters that are the same as the mask's quality, okay? So that's being run every day, constantly. I got a little nervous about the electricity running every day, but he said, no compressors, just the air circulating. Also, we have the most fantastic thing that I saw on TV, and we have it in LAUSD. They come in with and I know there's some scientists like Assad and Isam on this neighborhood council. They come in with a spray, an antibacterial spray that they spray into the air. It attaches itself to every single surface in the room. And that is the way we have been disinfecting classrooms and will continue to do so. And Jason, yes, we are planning to have classes outside as often as possible. Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Assad, can you make it quick?
Yes, thank you, Scott, and we all appreciate all the great work you do. I sit on the PRCS board, and you know, all the parents, I hear from them, they appreciate what you've done. And we were looking forward to going back to class, but I know with the COVID is impossible. Also, I take this opportunity to recognize one of our attendees, Miss Mary Melvin, and thank her for all her great work. She's an icon to that school, and she'll always remain in our hearts. And the community is thankful to all her accomplishment and yours to make PRCS a great institution for Porter Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm blowing her a kiss. You can't see it, but I am blowing her a kiss. Thank you, Assad.
Thank you. And last question, Brandy.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, Brandy.
You know me, and I'm a big fan of yours.
Another friend. I do.
So this is actually very hard for me to talk about, but you know, you've done a wonderful job. The schools are doing a wonderful job. My son has started Castle Bay in kindergarten. But as a student with severe special needs, it is very hard. He just in this last week, I have been hit, kicked, scratched, bit, and stabbed because it's a struggle, and his disability causes meltdowns that cause these problems. But I am not in favor of kids like him going back into classes. I don't like the idea of his teacher being put in danger, of his classmates being put in danger. And moreover, I'm concerned that this focus on the in-person classes for kids with disabilities means that we're not focusing on other distanced services and supports that could be there. Like, he would really benefit from an aide that could do one-on-one instead of just the small group. He really needs focused attention. I know he's not the only one, even in his class, that needs that. And I am highly encouraging to listen when certain groups and individuals speak and talk about students with disabilities, and see whether those people have spoken up for these groups of children before, or if this is just the current thing that pushes forward their agenda. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Brandy. Let me just say that I was the special ed counselor before I came an administrator. I have a special place in my heart for special ed students, and I also chair the special ed committee. Brandy, I certainly hope in the IEP you have requested a one-on-one, what they call a BII nowadays. And I certainly would be willing to help you to make sure that happens, because that's what the BIIs are there for. They're there to help kids.
I would appreciate that, because the problem is with the shutdown, it interfered with his IEP meeting, so updates
correct.
really happen.
As soon as we get back, please contact me, okay?
Thank you, Scott.
I know you very well. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
I need to move on.
Go ahead. Thank you, Isam.
Just 1 second. We okay?
We're good.
Miran, Gabriel, we okay to move on?
Yeah, we can move on. I was just going to thank both of them, Mary and him, for all the services
But
they have been
okay,
doing.
so let's keep it for useful questions at this point, so stakeholders can benefit from. Miran, you have something to ask Mr. Schmelson? Go ahead.
Yes, Scott, good evening.
Good evening.
Any chance at all of return to class 50% like Orange County? That is my only question.
Okay, and my only answer to you is when my LA County Health Department says we can go back, we are ready to go back, but not before the LA County Health Department says it is okay. And we will go back, not fully, but partially back. Some kids will be at home a few days a week, others will go to school, and we'll do that back and forth. So all kids will get a face-to-face education in school. I'm telling you, we're losing these kids unless we start face-to-face. We are losing them. So that will be my goal. Thank you, Mira.
One last thing. Julie, can you make it quick? Go ahead. Julie, you need to unmute yourself.
I'm okay. You hear me now?
Go ahead. Yes.
Hi, Julie.
It's Julie Kornstein.
Pleasure.
Yeah, I just wanted to first thank you for everything that you're doing. This is an incredibly difficult time. I can't even imagine, with all the years that I was on the Board of Education, facing what you're facing today. And I just want to thank you for what you're doing. But for me, foremost is the health of the children, the health of our community, the families. I know this is horribly difficult, but I keep telling my family, the most important thing is that we need to survive.
Right.
I keep thinking that maybe the state will have to come up with legislation to extend high school one more year. They won't graduate at 18. Maybe they'll graduate at 19 to make up for lost time if that needs to be done. But we need to survive. You know, my grandson, I have two grandsons. One graduated in June. The other graduated the June before. He's in college now. He's very frustrated because it's not fun anymore to go to school. He's not enjoying it. And I keep telling him, do the best that you can. It's going to be a tough year, but stay healthy. That's it.
Thank you. You have my pledge. You have my pledge. All the members of the neighborhood council, you have my pledge to make sure that kids do not go back until it's safe and they can be healthy at school. That's my pledge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Schmerelson. Appreciate
Thank you
coming.
Thank you, Isam.
Take care.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Let me move on to the next item. We are 5 minutes behind schedule. Budget advocates. Like we did last time, I would like us to take few minutes to think through the things that we wish the city would focus its whatever resources available are from the perspective of our community and engage with the budget advocates on that discussion. So I'm going to ask who wants to raise their hand in the room. Brian, are you the one? All right, he volunteered. Brian, the floor is yours if we can do an update and then
We'll do a real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick update.
Go ahead.
The budget advocates are coming together and they are making progress. However, the town hall, which we were planning for October, looks to be pushed to November. So we have a little more time to put that together. Other than that, there isn't a lot of new things with the budget advocates. They're going through their own trials and tribulations, and hopefully we're coming out on the other side better than we were before. But that's stuff that will be identified later on. So at this point, unless Glenn wants to pop in with any additional information or Gary wants to pop in with any, I know all three of us are here with you tonight, and we can go on to your concerns, questions, or ideas. But I would say I would ask one thing, and that is, in the future, if we're going to continue with this format, if you could please give us some idea of some of the things you might want to discuss to give us a chance to be prepared to answer some questions if we don't have it on the top of our tongue.
No, I appreciate that, Brian. And I never meant it to be questions to you as much as I want the board to deliberate in front of you and engage with you, since you know the process. What I'm asking is, if the board knows what its community needs, let's have the discussion of what the community's budgeting priorities are in front of you.
And we appreciate that.
Yeah, Glenn, you're able, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to jump in on two updates that Brian did not mention. He may have mentioned one of them previously, and that was no more 130-page white paper book, individual reports, some of which are they'll be coming to you separately. So watch for that. The other thing was that last week, a measure was the city council declared a fiscal emergency, and that initiates the process of the furloughing of over 15,000 of the city's civilian employees for 18 days for the remainder of the fiscal year. And also the city council also approved a amended separation incentive program that would allow 1,277 civilian employees to retire early. However, it's only going to save 13 million out of a 400 million plus deficit. Personal comment, those are the people who are most experienced and have the most institutional knowledge. The last thing I wanted to say was I wanted to call out Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council in particular, because some of your board members are participating in the nuts and bolts of this effort that we are doing on a citywide basis, 36, 3 from each of the 12 regions. But you've had board members step up and participate in our LAPD committee. Assad, David, let's see, and then for the Parks Committee, Jason. So, and I hate to mention names because I know I forget some, but I just appointed, I'm not aware of any neighborhood council that's really engaging board members in this process on topics that you care about, or your community cares about, that you're representing. I wanted to point that out. I want to encourage that, and keep it up. And you'll have an influence on these papers that come out, and which papers, which topics, etc. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let me add real quickly that information has been also submitted to the budget advocates. We have shared with the budget advocates that we are doing this, and that you are the first NC to provide this kind of input.
So speaking of that, can the two of you educate us a little bit? What is it that we can really influence? Can you give us a tangible example of where an input from a neighborhood council has influenced the city budget?
Well, I'll let Glenn have a crack at it too, but the budget advocates are, all of the 36 budget advocates are proxies for the NCs. They don't act, they're not supposed to act independently. They don't have to do everything that an NC asks, but they are certainly proxies of their NCs. And when I say their NCs, the three of us in Region 2 are proxies for all 8 NCs in the region. So we ask for information, and that information that we get and we pass along does make a difference from time to time. There become many, many different avenues of approach when we go into meetings that we ask questions on, and we try to find areas where if we propose an idea that the CAO or somebody will say, that's a good idea, and implement it, or implement it to a certain degree. And over the years, the number we have been banding around is that about 30% of the things that come up in discussions with departments do get implemented. Now, I can't give you a specific example. I'll bet Glenn can, because he's been around it longer, but there are areas of which we look at and we say, this looks like it could be done a little different. And those ideas are accepted. Let me defer to Glenn to give you maybe some better specifics.
Okay.
Sam, could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, I'm just, I deal with tangibles. So I'm asking, is there a tangible example that you can share with the board and members of the public in the room so they can understand how this process can take something from a neighborhood council discussion or idea or suggestion that actually makes it to the budget? I just would like to get a live example that we can refer to.
Okay, I can't say it came from a specific neighborhood council, but a number of years ago, through the budget advocates, and we weren't the only ones. I think other people were saying it, but we made the point of, after the Great Recession, 2008, LAPD in their downtown headquarters fired, or got rid of a lot of their civilian employees to save money. But then they realized that those jobs had to be done, so they brought in uniformed officers to do those jobs, and who are much, who are paid much higher. Now, some of those uniformed officers were on, limited work schedules because of injuries, whatever. But the point is, it became institutionalized. You're having people answer the phones who were uniformed officers, and so for several of the cycles, we said, this is, we want, the city wants uniformed officers out on the street, and it's costing more money. And so we made that recommendation, and after a few years, it did get incorporated in the recommendation. Something that's recent is the, and it's not local to Region 2, but there's been, there have been a number of neighborhood councils who are concerned about park rangers not having a local presence as much as they should. And one of the reasons is because the headquarters has been down in Griffith Park. So the neighborhood council, several neighborhood councils have passed motions to establish a park ranger headquarters more in the central part of the valley, so that we can hopefully get a greater and more frequent presence of park rangers to valley parks. So that was in the report a couple years ago, and I have no doubt it's going to be in the report this year and be brought up to the general manager of Recreation and Parks, who happens to have verbally said he supports it. So
so I hear 2 types of input. One is ideas, second is priorities. So let me open the floor. Jason, you want to share some thoughts?
Yeah, no, I'm on that park committee with Glenn for the parks, and thank you for that example. They want to have a park ranger at Lake Balboa, so that's like one of the examples. If there's something like that, but Glenn, I want if you could mention the next meeting and the committees. If you could go over some of there's basically a committee for just about everything. So, the board members who wish to join committees and participate, it's encouraged because then you can advocate for, Porter Ranch and things. So if you could just tell the next meeting for David and I think it's what, the 15th or something, next Saturday? Or when is it, the next meeting? Thank you.
Are you talking about for
Budget advocates?
Just the budget advocates themselves? Yeah, it's because of the Jewish holiday schedule. We rescheduled to next Tuesday, the 15th, 7 p.m.
Yeah,
That's for the budget advocates as a whole. But the committee meetings, they're all over. They're different, totally different. We just have to connect up. And depending on the people's interest, we just need to connect up with the people who are doing the notices for the particular committee meetings. I know LAPD is going to be this Friday. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to just share some thoughts as part of this discussion. When I think of the community that we have in Porter Ranch, quality of life is the greatest priority that we have in the community. And I want to focus on that a little bit. And I realize that in a hard budget times, you look for the low-hanging fruits. Unfortunately, part of those low-hanging fruit is street cleaning and taking care of the urban canopy. And unfortunately, you neglect that stuff, you cannot get it back in a year. It takes several years to get it back. So I don't know what we can do to make sure we put a peg in the process of making sure that we don't lose too much of these services because they're the low-hanging fruit for the city budget, and they may not get as much attention as some of the other issues that everybody talks about. But to me, when I look around the community, those are the things that the people in our community care about, and I'd like to find a way to make that point loud in the budget advocates discussion.
The budget advocates should the budget advocates should share this information in their meetings, and they should take it back to the NCs throughout the city. That is the way one NC can get that information presented to the city as a whole. It isn't going to be beneficial to achieve the goal you're looking for unless there is an outcry. There has to be more than one NC saying something in order to get it done. That's why the budget advocates have an opportunity to make some differences. But it is very difficult for the budget advocates as a whole to create major change at any one time. It takes years sometimes. We have been very successful over the years in showing how efficiencies can be implemented that will save money. But unfortunately, the city council a couple of years ago asked us, you tell us where to make efficiencies, and your reports are always advocating for more. We know that, and that's why we've changed the direction this year. But what they were asking for was, what department should we cut? So the budget advocates do have the ear of city council. The problem is we haven't got the right answers yet, and we need more people, as your council is stepping up, to work with us to come up with those answers. And this year we have an opportunity, if enough people work with us, to really get into some of the details, which is what I've been advocating for 4 years, is to get us embedded more into the departments. And the more of us that are available, the better that opportunity exists.
Okay. Well, let me at a minimum ask if our budget representatives on the group would keep an eye on this matter for us and at least give us a sense of how much damage that budget component of the city's budget is, how big of a hit it's going to get.
Yes, with not only your budget reps, but we try to communicate with the whole board, and we probably will need to do some of that by email. So do pay attention to the emails. Don't just consider them. They may contain valuable information, so please do check those. I know all neighborhood council folks get so many emails, but this is a critical time in this financial situation.
Just one thing, Esau, there's a public works committee. Maybe you want to join that committee because that would deal with the street services and the urban forestry. I'm on that committee as well.
I'm not,
I'm just,
you know, yeah, I appreciate that, but I'm not joining additional committees. This is a discussion for our representatives.
Keep in mind that, and I've been saying this for some time here, and it's not that I'm trying to be a whistleblower or sayer of doom, but it is unknown what the budget shortfall is going to be. We just don't know. And the longer we lock down, the longer we have no tourism, the longer we are short on revenues from various sources because we have no economy, the deeper and darker this cut gets, which means that's why you're having a lot of departments simply telling you they're not doing it right now, or only doing emergencies. And it's because they're trying not to spend any money because they don't know how much money they have. So when you ask, how do we get these services done? That's a very difficult thing for some of us, because I keep asking, why are we spending money? Why are we suggesting that we spend money? We need to have a really good reason for that. So if the NC says, these are important things, that the quality of life here is deteriorating daily because this isn't being done, then I think we can get behind that kind of a question. But if it's just, we have money and we want to spend it because we want to make our city more beautiful, that's not a good reason.
I understand.
My opinion.
Other board members, any thoughts? What matters to you? What do you think matters to the community?
Zan.
Things you mentioned are important.
I wanted to comment. So in addition to what was discussed, one of the challenges we have is to keep the cleanliness of Porter Ranch, because it's really one of the nicest, cleanest localities within the valley to live and enjoy. Unfortunately, we see more and more trash in a number of streets. And again, I've been in contact with CD12, Colin, and
just a minute, Ewan.
And there has been a challenge in terms of getting services. So you're right, it's already impacting some of the departments on how they respond to us and provide services. So we can discuss that later on, but unfortunately, we are going to be in this period where we may not necessarily get the type of services that we're used to or we have been getting.
All right. I'm going to go to David Lash, and then I have two attendees in the room who wish to speak, and so bear with us. David, go ahead and make it quick if you
Azam,
can.
I can absolutely. I concur with your perspective and your point. It's well taken and certainly important. I was told a couple years ago, different employee staff, but I was told by CD12, not the people that are there now, that when I reported some trees that need to be trimmed and a tree was dead, they told me to create a volunteer tree trimming program and take care of it for the city. And a public tree was an 80-foot tall pine tree that ultimately fell on Rinaldi. We're going to have real problems if we go backwards. I'm really afraid of what's going to happen to this budget and how it's going to impact the quality of life and basic stuff like street cleaning. I think you're right on the money. Thank you.
Let me jump in for just a second.
Go ahead, Brian.
And I have to apologize to David. I called him John earlier, and we were talking about the tip fees from Sunshine Canyon. Keep in mind that those fees, that money has to be spent within 5 miles of the landfill. So we're in a unique position, Granada Hills, Porter Ranch, in being that close to that landfill, and some of that money can be used that way. So if you'll work with us at Granada Hills North, we can help make some of that happen.
Okay. If I may, Ron, I'm going to open the floor for you. Please go ahead. Ron Nagai.
Yeah, thank you, Isam.
Sure.
And board. I want to mention just a few things. When I was on the neighborhood council, one of the things I did is I met with the mayor's office and because the mayor directs the general managers, he had the person who was in charge of street trees and environmental affairs come out and meet with us. So what happened was, one thing that happened was the London plane trees, they're like sycamores, the south side of Cessna between Tampa and the park, were all planted at no cost to the neighborhood council. In addition, we were able to meet with recreation and parks and street services. So on those rare occasions when they would come out and be doing cleanups, I had got them to coordinate with each other, which they don't ordinarily do. So we asked the Recreation and Parks Department to do their cleanup and blow the debris into the streets because they claimed they didn't have any way of picking it up and hauling it away. And then a day or two later, street services came by and cleaned it up all off the streets. The other thing that I was able to do is to get some of the homeowners associations to have their gardener put in their contracts to go outside of the gates and clean up around there. So years ago, we had Cessna pretty much cleaned up all the weeds and around the tree wells and everything. And we also did have a few of the neighborhood cleanups where we engaged. We had a youth representative, and that representative talked up the cleanup over Granada Hills High and Chatsworth High School. And we had some parents come out with kids, not a lot of them, but a few of them. But one father came up to me during the cleanup and he said, this was one of the best things that ever happened because I've never talked to my daughter for so long, except for during the 5 hours we were cleaning up tree wells on Reseda Boulevard together. And I learned so much about what she was doing. So there are a number of things we could be doing in the interim that don't really cost money, but it's a coordination of the departments just focusing on our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz, Ms. Ward, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that the area on Reseda, Cessna, and Tampa is disgusting. I can't remember the last time I saw a street sweeper up here. And I think that our landscaping needs to become a priority the same way it is on the west side. And I think that we need to budget more for that.
Okay, thank you. Finally, Mike, if you can make it quick so we can move on.
Yes, Mike Benedetto, Vice President, Granada Hills South Neighborhood Council. This is more towards David Lasser. We have trees up and down Chatsworth that are absolutely in terrible condition. They've rotted out through the middle. We had 4 fall at the beginning of last year, at the end of last year, beginning of this year. 1 car got totaled and also called out the Department of, Street Services. And they said, look, we know all these trees are rotten. There's just not enough money to go around to address this. Our neighborhood council actually took out money to trim some of these trees and remove some of these trees. However, I thought I'd make you aware that CD12, when claims were made against those trees, they denied all those claims, saying that there was no record of that one specific tree that fell. And I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Okay.
10 seconds, Assam, on that. I agree with you. The money is gone, and it's only going to get worse. And by the way, I do support volunteerism. I wasn't saying that we shouldn't volunteer for things, but it's not going to improve the way the budget's set up now.
Let me give it to Brian and Glenn. You know, Brian and Glenn, I'm trying to come up with this experiment of having a budget discussion, but I'm failing at it. And so I'm not sure I'm not sure what guidance you can give us on this.
Let us put our heads together and see if we can come up with some criteria. Now that we kind of understand what you're trying to achieve, let me see if Glenn, Gary, and I can discuss it and try and come back with some ideas.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
If
I agree, and I would suggest we come up with very specific things, such as the, tree trimming, tree plantings, et cetera. It's a very specific list of things.
Why don't we have a meeting with the budget advocates and the budget reps, and then we come up with recommendations based on the conversation. So like the 5 of us can meet and then come with something next month, more tangible. That would be my suggestion.
I support that.
All right,
Yeah,
Brian.
That's not a bad idea, but I think I would want to open it up to the entire region because that's what we do. We're part of the region, and I think the region should be involved.
What I was hoping is for the board members to brainstorm about these issues, but this may not be doable, and that's all right. All right, folks. Thank you very much, Brian and Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are 13 minutes behind schedule. Let me move on. Agenda item 7, update on the Aliso Canyon Disaster Health Research Study. We have our 2 representatives, Mihran and Greg, in the room. We have 10 minutes. I ask you to have your presentation for 5 minutes and open 5 minutes for comments. Let me open what you sent me, just 1 second. One second, I'm still trying. Can stop share for a second. Just 1 second. All right, Miran and Greg, the floor is yours. Do you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
All right.
On behalf of Miran and myself and the CAG members, I want to thank Isam for giving us a few minutes here tonight. I guess this too is an experiment to try and give the board and the stakeholders some transparency to what's going on. So let's see how this goes. The way I like to do these sort of things is tell you what's going on, tell you the issues we're facing, tell you what we're doing about it. And there might be opportunities for the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council to support us or vice versa. So let's just jump right into it. So some recent actions that the CAG has taken is we had a chance to present to the SOC, which again, for everyone's recollection, is the Scientific Oversight Committee. And the purpose of that presentation was to provide community perspective on what we perceive the scope of the study should be. And we also offered insights to these scientists who are from all over North America and aren't familiar with the area and things like that. Can you go back 1 slide, Isam, please? Let me finish the first one. Thank you. So another action that we have taken is we demanded the halt of the destruction of some scientific evidence, which we'll get into in a minute. We want to make sure the board is aware. And you are also aware and have supported us brilliantly. I will remind you guys again, thank you again for the letter that you authored to Barger and the Board of Supervisors, which necessitates the chemical list. So we are still pushing that agenda because we haven't gotten a favorable and an understandable response to why that's not being pushed. All of these sort of details are being published on the CAG's website, which is quite simply Aliso Health Study, CAG.org. Aliso Health Study, CAG, one word, .org. Our presentations on there and some of our open letters. So what is going on, what's pending, what's going to be happening very shortly? There will be a town hall this is DPH's town hall. This is not the CAG's town hall. This is DPH's chance to address the community. There will be a community phone survey of a variety of residents and communities surrounding the Aliso Canyon blowout to understand their health study desires and also their attitudes about the study itself. So if you get a phone call, I encourage you to participate. This is to get a pulse, a more readily available pulse to the community. There's going to be several hundred people in that response. We've also engaged in a short-term investigation, and that is utilizing the cancer registry. So we're going to be looking at, is there a propensity for greater cancer occurrences in areas surrounding Aliso Canyon than LA County? And we're learning a lot here. We're a little worried about this study. It's going to be a little too superficial. So we're going into it eyes wide open. There's limitations of what the study can do. And this will be a directional study. We're going to test the waters and we're going to probe a little bit and see where it goes from there. And there's a CBC study that's going to follow up to Dr. Gordella's findings that gave great concern. So those are the 4 things that are kind of in the works. Go ahead, Isam, thank you. So what are our top concerns? Well, these aren't in any particular order, but I would say the first one is the chemical list. And as you know, you put your request in, thanks again. We have not heard back from the county on their opinion about the subpoena, nor have we gotten an explanation of why. No, we've heard that they won't subpoena, but we have not gotten an explanation for why. That is unacceptable. And my colleague Miran asked Colin about it in CD12. Yeah, I think something that neighborhood councils can do is continue to pressure Board of Supervisors CD12, because 8 of the 10 neighborhood councils agreed with you guys unanimously that the chemical list should be divulged. So the second most important thing, I'm trying to be really quick here, and I'll go quick so you can ask questions. There is a risk of scientific evidence that is going to be destroyed. We just found out about 150 containers, these very large bins that are pulled on an 18-wheeler, full of sample soil and muds, drilling muds and water runoff, et cetera, from in and around SS25. So the state has says these are toxic. They've admitted they're toxic. Dispose of them immediately and properly. So DPH ran up there in haste, and they only sampled 6% of the bins. We're concerned that the SOC, Scientific Oversight Committee, has not really weighed in on this. So we don't know what was chosen bin-wise. We don't know what assay. We just learned what assays were run, but we think this should be in the SOC's hands to take over this investigation completely. And the reason why we're bringing so much urgency to this is there is nothing stopping this evidence from being destroyed. The only reason it's still here is because SoCal Gas asked for an extension to get more time to get these materials out of there. So we're sort of doing on a wink and a handshake that no one's going to mess with these bins, but there's nothing legally preventing it from happening. This is a great concern to the CAG, and I would think to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council as well. So another concern is there's a video that's being created to inform the SOC of all the issues surrounding the blowout in the community, et cetera. Several community members have been approached, but there's a reluctance. Their attorneys are saying you shouldn't participate, and we're getting a low turnout. I think a letter went out to the neighborhood councils, et cetera. So to alleviate this concern, we've asked, the CAG has asked, so let's just take a look at where you guys are with this video so that we can recommend it in confidence for community members to be involved. For whatever reason, we don't know why, but DPH is not making that video available to us, the CAG only, in a preview state, So I personally can't speak to whether it's directionally on track or not, something. I can't make a suggestion to one of the board members if he should participate or not. And that, I think that's a miss. As you guys recall, the fugitive admissions fire, unresolved. We have no idea what the root of that flame was following the Saddle Ridge fire. So we're still pressing, and we're getting lame answers, guys. We might need your help down the road. Go ahead, Isam. Thank you. So, and I'll wrap up with, here are some key dates. As you know, there is the health monitoring for the community meeting happening a week from tonight. Details are forthcoming. I think Isam has made great efforts in that area. He might find out about it before the CAG does, and would appreciate him sharing. The monthly CAG meeting is the next event, which is at the end of the month. It's the last Monday of each month on the 28th, and then the DPH Town Hall. I want to stress to the board members and the stakeholders listening that this is DPH's meeting. This is the chance for the community to speak to the Department of Public Health. If you are in favor of everything they've done, I'm sure they would love to hear that. If you have concerns or you are wanting to understand what is different from the way things have been handled before, this is your chance to ask questions about what is different, what is being done to improve the health concerns of the community. And these are all virtual meetings. Again, if you go to the CAG website, Aliso Health Study CAG, you can get details and links to these meetings. And again, I wanted to keep it brief. This is, if you guys want it done a little differently, completely, we're listening. So I think Miran has his hand up.
Okay, Miran, and then I'm going to open the floor for attendees to ask questions, and then I would really like to move on. Miran, go ahead.
So, first of all, thank you for PRNC for your support of the community advisory group and to show real leadership. I will also say thank you to Mr. Assam of his strenuous efforts and writing his precise letters. Now we need CD12 and the county to get us a list of chemicals. We also need an immediate engineering solution to monitor the chemicals and provide live impartial data. I also suggest that the DPH Town Hall on Wednesday, September 30th from 6 to 8, so you can hear the information and what is happening. Thank you.
All right. Sherry, please make it quick.
Yes, really quickly. I had the opportunity to attend the SOC meeting. Craig, can you tell me what SOC stands for?
Scientific Oversight Committee.
Okay, so my comment, I comment, and they were geared towards the monitoring system because Patty had said that there was supposed to be money set aside to continue monitoring, and they always fall short and they let the monitoring go to the wayside. I realize you have a community meeting coming up, but did anybody hear back from them about the monitoring? Did they set any monitoring up since the SOC meeting?
No, the SOC is not part of this community monitoring system. Isam might even be best one to speak to it because this is a group of 3 state AG, county council, and city council. So really the SOC isn't in charge of delivering on it, Sherry, but the SOC needs this information to do the health study. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Here's my small comment about this. Neither the SOC, nor the CAG, nor the PRNC, nor LA County Department of Health have anything to do with the direction that the monitors are heading. There is a committee that was created under the settlement agreement. It has a representative from the 3 legal entities, and that committee is the one that will make those decisions, how they make them. We know that it's going to go to AQMD, but beyond that, we don't know anything other than what we'll hopefully hear on the 16th.
Sam, you probably would agree that we should, as a community, come to that meeting on the 16th with a wish list of what we think these monitors should do for us.
Agreed. Let me ask Sherry, thank you for your comment. Hassan, I'll come back to you in a minute. David H. No, sorry, Davida. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. My name is Davida Herzl, and I am CEO and co-founder of Aclima. We measure air pollutants and greenhouse gases, and specifically methane and ethane with block by block resolution. We'd like to offer a briefing in advance of that September 16th meeting to make you aware of our independent capabilities to be able to very quickly deploy a monitoring system that would provide measurements for every single block across the entire Porter Ranch community with very high resolution and make that data available to the community. So wanted to offer that briefing.
Let me ask you if you'd like to speak during the 2-minute public comment period. That would be fine. And okay. I just want to focus on what the CAG presentation was right now.
Of course.
If you don't mind. Okay. Lastly, Patty.
Thank you.
Go
About
ahead.
the monitors, I was going to speak during public comment, but might as well now. Last night, the Northridge West Neighborhood Council meeting, I brought this meeting at during public comment, and they knew nothing about it. I know that you folks have nothing to do with publicizing it, but it's very concerning to me, and I'd like to know who we should be contacting tomorrow about this and saying, like, is it Jared? Because he told everyone at the last meeting, but nobody is giving us information about the specifics of this meeting. We were supposed to hear a week ahead of time. It's now a week ahead of time. But is it just going to be Porter Ranch they're going to be contacting? Is it going to be all the neighborhood councils? I'm very concerned about this because I think everyone should be speaking out. And just a little aside to Davida, this is not about methane monitors because those are already existing. We need BTIX monitors, and that's what's been talked about in the consent decree. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Patty. Hassan, final question or comment to the CAG, and then we need to move on.
Just a quick comment for Craig and Miran. I have been kind of walking along Cessna near Tampa, and there is tremendous amount of activities, truckloads, and you name it, all kinds of vehicles. They are heading into that facility between the hours of 5:30 to 6:30. It is a lot more than what it used to be before. It is quite concerning that something is going on up there, and I don't think we really know what's happening. So as part of your study or everything you do, please keep in mind that there is a lot more activities, and I've seen truckloads of stuff coming out. So what you guys are after is there might be an expedited manner where they are trying to do something before something takes effect. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, and agree.
Thank you, Hassan. It's a good suggestion.
All right.
Yeah, that's our concern, the destroying of evidence. That's exactly our concern. There's nothing legally preventing SoCalGas from pulling those bins out of there tonight.
All right. With that, thank you, gentlemen, for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are 20 minutes behind schedule. Let me move on. Let me close this. And bear with me. All right, next item is public comment on items not on the agenda and within the purview of the board. In other words, if this is a matter that the board does not have any control over or has no input into, I would ask that we not spend the time on it here. So with that, I'm going to open the floor for public comments, and I will set up the timer. I'm going to give time for everyone to raise their hands in the room. Anyone who wants to give public comment? I am only waiting just to have enough mass so I can know what I have. All right. With that, let me close this and open this. And then ask Richard, you need to unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, this is actually Maria Fisk.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'm using my husband's computer because the other one is having problems. We're on number 8, the censure regarding Becky Levitt, correct?
No, we are on public comment number 8.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. Let me move back. Disable talking. Glenn. Go ahead.
Good evening, Glenn. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Glenn Bailey, speaking as an individual. Gibson announced the Congress of Neighborhoods. Just want to make sure that you have the way to register because registration is now open, nccongressla.com. And we are monitoring how many people are registering from each neighborhood council on a weekly basis. So please get your registration in sooner rather than later. Secondly, and there's more details on that website that takes you to the registration. Secondly, tomorrow night, the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils will be having its monthly meeting, and our special guest speaker is the new executive director of the new Human and Civil Rights Department for the city, and that's Capri Maddox. She has had several positions in the city, but I first got to know her when she was assigned as our deputy city attorney. This goes back quite a ways. And so she definitely has a connection with neighborhood councils, and the focus is what in her new role, her new position in the new department and the commission she oversees, and how can neighborhood councils be involved in that effort in this city for civil and human rights. So you may find that very much helpful in your work as neighborhood council people. In addition, we are having the person who heads up the neighborhood council elections division for the 2021 elections. And you've heard about an all vote by mail election effort and some of the questions associated with that. So we'll be having a dialogue with him. I hope you'll join us. We'll keep you posted. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Christopher, if you can unmute.
Yeah, I just have the same concern about item number 8 on the board agenda, and you answered the question already, so thank you very much.
No problem. We'll get that to the hand. Disable. Richard, is that different? Richard, you have your hand raised and you need to unmute yourself. Okay. I will lower hand and disable. Davida, you need to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, there's just
Go
be
ahead.
30, yes, just 30 seconds just to add to my previous offer of a briefing to the neighborhood council and the comment around BTEX. What we would invite is a discussion around the wish list from the neighborhood council, and then we can come back and speak to the capabilities to support measurement of all of the different pollutants and toxics that the community is interested in. And just for context, we are currently contracted with regulators across the state, including the AQMD, and doing monitoring across environmental justice communities that face disproportionately high impacts of pollution in places like Boyle Heights, East LA, San Bernardino, Carson, Wilmington. So happy to share more about our capabilities and our work and how we can support the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Benedetto, need to unmute.
Yes, just did that.
Go ahead.
Just as a public service comment, the Granada Hills VFW post 2323 located at 17522 Chatsworth Street in Granada Hills. Very fittingly, on Friday, September 11th, will be serving the homeless veterans. Anyone who wants to show up, they will be preparing meals and feeding them at absolutely no cost. If you can put that in your newsletter or pass the word around through your homeless committee, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mike, if I get an email on that, it goes in the queue for the newsletter.
I'll send you a flyer.
Thank you. Okay. Sherry, you have the floor.
Yes, hi, Sherry Darrell Hunnian. I have just been appointed on the Public Art Initiative Board, which is affiliated with the Museum of San Fernando Valley, and to promote the arts, all media arts throughout the valley. We do have a Zoom meeting this Saturday from 12 p.m. I had it here. It's 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and it's, I can put the link in the chat if anybody likes. It's Christine Douglas. She's a very well-known local artist. She's had her artwork won awards and been displayed at City Hall. And it's a very interesting lecture. It's about a 1-hour lecture about her and how she became an artist, what sort of art she does, and what inspires her. And then there's about a half an hour Q&A. So it's totally about an hour and a half lecture, and it's free to the public. If anybody wants to make a donation, it's totally voluntary. But we just think it's once a month, the second of every month, we have this artist speaker series. And I attended it for 5 years when Mel Mitchell was the treasurer. And it's just the most wonderful thing to just spread the arts across the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Yasmin F. If you can unmute yourself. There you go. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Yasmin Flores, and I am a Reseda Neighborhood Council. And I just want to say thank you to the education and school chair. They have been so instrumental. And I came to this meeting just to see how your meetings were run. And I just want to say thank you to the education and school chair, how wonderful you guys are doing. And thank you so much to all of you. So mine is short. So have a good night. That was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. That concludes the public comment period. Let me switch here. Okay, with that, let me move to board member comments and committee reports. If you don't mind, please raise your hands if on the screen if you have an update you'd like to give. Okay, with that, let me share the timer, and I would ask that you try to stay with the 2-minute time frame. And first, Assad.
Yes, thank you, Isam. So for the Safety and Transit Committee, we had a great meeting on Thursday with a lot of attendance. We had LAPD, LA Fire Department, and the task force in charge of the speeding. And LADOT gave us feedback. They couldn't attend, but the hour before the meeting, they gave us a lot of direction on what they could do and cannot do. And most probably, the gentleman, the engineer, Ken Feruzman, will be able to join us for the next meeting. I will arrange with you for that. In regards to the speeding, we're working on measures with the LAPD. So hopefully we will come out to the board and to the community with solutions as soon as possible. And LAPD has some surprises that will show up on Cessna, Reseda, Tampa. We cannot disclose too much, but there is some solutions in the path. In regards a lot of the calls we've been getting about the animal shelter, and immediately our outreach chair, Lori Choi, came to the rescue, and we have the motion we will be discussing shortly. And this was an excellent effort between the outreach committee and the safety committee to serve the community. Last, we had in the weekend a lot of brush fires, and in coordination with Jason, the beautification committee, we are trying to resolve a lot of the issues between Caltrans and on the city right-of-way with the Streets LA and the other city departments. I wish Colin on the call so that I stress to him again, the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council Committee and the Neighborhood Council, we need interaction with the CD12. Otherwise, the only path we will have left is we go and deal with the council directly, and then I would deal with the deputy mayor in charge of safety outside the bounds of CD12. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Lori?
Hi, good evening. And to add to what Assad said, I want to thank the many stakeholders that reached out to us regarding the West Valley Animal Shelter. I realize we'll be discussing it momentarily, but I wanted to thank specifically Kathy Serksness, and I hope I'm saying that right, and Sherry Streb, who have put a lot of effort into their request to have this reviewed. And then I also wanted to ask all of my committee members, if you have a committee meeting coming up, please make sure to email me so that I can put it on our Facebook page so you have better attendance. I missed the safety meeting, for example. I believe I put out the homelessness meeting when I saw that it was coming. So if I don't catch it, please forgive me. I just want to make sure that we're getting as much outreach as we can when we have committee meetings being held. So please remember to email me directly or even text me. Let me know what's coming up so I can put it on our Facebook. Thank you.
All right, thank you. David Balin.
Quick updates regarding the vineyard. Just recently spoke with John Love of Chappelle. Vinny's Craft House, it was, all the permits have been facilitated. They plan on opening in the next month or so. You know, with this COVID situation, they're trying to decide when they want to open their doors. AMC, they're waiting for the governor to give them a release to open. And if they do open, most likely they'll open it at 25% capacity like they're doing in Orange County right now. Lures will be opening up in January of 2021. There are 2 new openings, which will probably surprise most people. Spectrum Mobile is opening a store this coming holiday, so by December. And then the other store that's going to be opening is Trek. So anybody that was a bicyclist, we're going to have a bike store right there in the shopping center. Trek is a well-named bike. What else do I have for you? There are about 6 or 7 other people that are under negotiations for leases. So everything's going to be pretty much open by the time 2021 comes around. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, we didn't have a meeting, but the project for the art boxes has been approved by the councilman's office. and now it's in the city's hands with Department of Transportation. They have to sign off. They're the last ones to sign off, and then at that point, they will be reaching out to the artists and coordinating the actual painting and everything of the boxes. So the project was approved. Behind the scenes, you know, with Caltrans, I mentioned, and you guys keep bringing this up because we're really dealing with not only trash and weeds and, you know, everything along the freeways. I'm glad Ryan, you know, was willing to work on that. So I'll be following up with him, but continue to report things on 311, you know, along the park and ride. That's illegal dumping. It can be put on 311. You know, we don't really have any solution for the trash in the streets right now, other than 311 street sweeping, which any of us can do. For example, just put in street sweeping on your 311 app. It'll pull up, and then just put like Tampa, for example, from Cessnon to Rinaldi, and then both sides of the street. Just put that in the comment section, and within a couple weeks they will actually do the in 2 phases. They'll do the, but you know, we don't really have much of a solution at this point in time that's within our budget, and we didn't really allocate. But other than that, I've been getting involved with the budget advocates. I'm on 3 committees, and Glenn is on the committees with me. So we're all starting to work together. And Isam, thank you for putting the discussion part with the budget advocates. If you could keep doing that, don't give up. I think we will get some priorities from the board. I'll take some of the blame. I could have brought something to you. David, if you reach out to me, I think I sent you an email a couple weeks ago, but if we could get something to the board next meeting, then we can just at least have a starting off point. So,
all right. Thank you. I need to move on.
Go ahead.
Miran?
Yes, hi, I have one quick announcement about the LAUSD virtual debate. We are finalizing the platform. We have confirmed candidates. We have a moderator. We are working on the final touches of the flyer, and then I will send that to you all as soon as I receive, and then we are all good to go. That's all I have for today.
Okay, thank you. Hassan?
Yes, thank you, Sam. Quick note on the garbage and street trash. We did discuss that during our retreat, and I was tasked to get in touch with city officials or sanitation department to see what we can do. So I started contacting City 12, Collins specifically, and then from there with the Department of Sanitation. We had requested that they put extra trash cans or trash bins on a number of major streets. In addition, we did ask them to do more frequent pickup of the garbage from those trash areas because there are more and more people using the streets, and there is more, obviously, compilement of these trash. So far, it seems like due to a number of reasons, including their budgets and stuff, they may not be putting any more extra trash bins anywhere, but they might be committing to picking up some extra ones. Jason has been also very helpful with that discussion. And also there is several departments involved. There is city, there is Parks and Recreation, number of agencies. So we are kind of working through that. That is ongoing. The other point was I attended a couple of Sustainability Alliance Neighborhood Council meetings, and they were questioning about the idling, which we had brought up in the last board meeting. So we're going to discuss that. Apparently there is a push to get that more through. It seems like other neighborhood councils are working on that. and they have passed, some of them have passed that. So we're going to hopefully bring it back to the meeting next time.
All right, thank you. Brandy?
Thank you. Homeless Solutions had a great meeting recently. We discussed concerns over the recent report stating that upwards of 40 million Americans, over 10% of the population, may be facing evictions post-COVID and what that means for homelessness in this nation. We discussed the fact that evictions ordered pre-COVID are being carried out right now in Los Angeles, even during the pandemic. And we discussed ways that we might be able to address the issues of homelessness within our own community here in Porter Ranch. In that vein, we developed a survey that will be going out with the next PRNC newsletter. As many of you are aware, Judge Carter ordered LA to immediately relocate and properly shelter the thousands of homeless residents living by the freeways. And because of that, all of the city council districts are searching for any potential permanent or temporary shelter locations within every community. And so this survey is requesting people to give any suggestions of any potential sites, either temporary for, say, safe parking or permanent for permanent sheltering that the city can then vet and go forward with. There's also been some reports from locals talking about issues that we've been dealing with. And with the little last bit of time, I would like to make a board member comment instead of a committee comment, which is that we have received reports recently of members of our community who have been treated with such disrespect that their property has been attacked, and your taxpayer dollars just had to pay today to remove unwanted graffiti from somebody's residence because somebody was disrespectful based on political alignment. And I condemn any such actions that anybody would take to be that disrespectful of anybody else's property for any reason. And I would encourage everybody to remember that we can all disagree and still be respectful of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. David Lasher.
Good evening again. Important to recognize the very substantial impact of our constituents and the folks that are very active in reaching out to us. I think it's really fantastic. Probably, I can't imagine a more active group that contact us routinely. Like to work public safety and traffic in the near future. Specifically, it seems like we're having an accident so frequently on Rinaldi and Amigo, 2 or 3 overturned cars, and it just seems like it's become an exponential issue. We've had a couple of fatalities in the last couple of years there on that whole stretch, and also the issue with the light at Wilbur and Rinaldi. Again, those noticed this week that all the poles have been removed, so that's a step backward, not forward. And appreciate the work of all my fellow council members on the different committees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, I should say.
And
can I let David know what happened to those poles? The community would like to know.
Go ahead.
So David, those poles were really meant for Amigo. The city did speak to the contractor, had them remove those poles, and nothing is going on at Rinaldi and Wilbur at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Seems like a misunderstanding about what they were there for. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. And Gabriel, you have the last comment.
Yes, sir. I want to add on to Assad's comments. We had an excellent meeting for traffic and safety. I want to pass on some important email addresses. The first one will be if you see any suspicious activity in the area, or if you want to join or create a neighborhood watch program in a gated or non-gated community, please email Officer Del Valle at 27677@lapd.online or Officer Parker at 36560@lapd.online. Also, you can contact Officer Ben Avidas for anything to do with traffic for Valley Bureau, for racing and speeding issues at 32152@lapd.online. And I encourage everyone to possibly start thinking about creating more neighborhood watch programs within the communities, gated or not. That'll be it.
Could you email us emails, please?
The email address is Officer Del Valle is 27677@lapd.online. Officer Parker is 36560@lapd.online. Both are senior lead officers. And Valley Bureau is Officer Ben Avides at 32152 at lapd.online.
All right, thank you. And finally, I want to, Becky, go ahead.
Hi, David, can you, you said the polls were removed. Where did they go? Who took them? And why were they sitting there for all that time? Do you know?
Yes. Is it okay if I respond, Isam?
Yes, please.
So what happened was the polls were there for the longest time. I reached out to the council member's office and they basically said that they had been put there, but through our research, we found out that the contractor that's doing the pole installment on Amigo right down the street had placed them there thinking that it was owned by the city, not that it was public property. So they sat there for the longest time. But then when the city knocked on his door, told him that if he didn't move them within the next 48 hours and that he would be fined, he moved them quickly to Amigo.
Oh, so they're relocated.
Yes, they are.
Okay, but they're still in Porter Ranch.
Yes, they
and
are.
they will be used in Porter Ranch.
They're going to be used on the Amigo Street, and we're still pushing the, we're working with the councilman's office to try and figure out what we're going to do about the Wilbur Rinaldi. But yes, Amigo's moving forward with that project.
Are you familiar, or do you happen to know when is the Amigo project going to start?
I'm under the impression that it's already started. They've been doing work on
Oh,
there.
they have been. I thought maybe they were working there because of the fire.
No, I think they were doing before that.
Well, this week they've been working there, but perhaps.
I can follow up.
Go ahead.
No, I can follow up on that and find out where they're at on their job.
And I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank the firefighters. I drove up Rinaldi, and on the north side of the 118 freeway near Reseda, I mean, that fire went right up to the property line. How they stopped it and those houses weren't lost is just amazing. So I'd like to thank them. And I'd also like to say I really did enjoy the virtual meetings, as the public safety meeting that we had last week. And it was really nice as a board member because of the Brown Act. We can't go, more than 3 people can't speak. So it was nice to be on a virtual meeting where you could mute yourself and listen to what was going on. It was very informative. And like you said, the officers were absolutely amazing. The fire department was amazing. And it was really great information from Porter Ranch. One of the things that I picked up on, and I'll make this very brief,
Becky,
was that many of the crimes happening, many of the accidents are caused by the people who live up here in Porter Ranch, north of Rinaldi. And that's all I have to say.
all right, thank you. One last thing, Ron in the room, as you know, go ahead if you have a comment. Ron, you have the floor. Ron Nagai. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry. Ron, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. The button didn't come up for unmuting. I just had a quick question on the public art on the electrical boxes. Is the community going to have input on what goes on there? Because one of the examples at the last meeting was something on COVID, and I didn't think that was really appropriate for Porter Ranch. I wanted to see something like what they did in Chatsworth, something depicting our Western heritage up here. And enhancing the beauty of Porter Ranch, not something talking about the pandemic. So I would like to have some input on that. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask this. Jason, I don't want to get into a discussion, but would you please clarify where we are on that and how that worked?
Well, it's already been approved. Everything's been done. There was a lot of work that went into it in selecting the theme, and the Department of Cultural Affairs also contributed money to the project, and they did a call for artists and submissions, and our beautification committee went through them, but ultimately the final decision was on the the vendor who does the art administration on the project. But there have been several meetings and several discussions on this, weeks and months ago. So this is already, it's already been approved by the councilman's office, and now it's going to Department of Transportation.
Let me, Jason, is it correct that we held off on putting the approved list on our e-blast pending the final approvals? This is what we discussed last time. So
we had there was voting, the community got to vote on all the.
No, I appreciate that, but the final list that got selected last time, you asked, let's hold off until it clears the council office and the city's approval process, and so we can inform the community what the final selection was.
Yeah, I'm just waiting in case Department of Transportation could say, well, you can't do this box at this location, but yeah, we're waiting on the final.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you. It is 8:36. We are still 15 minutes behind schedule, but let me move on to here. Let me move the next item. Okay, let me stop share for a second.
She's getting nervous.
This here.
Yeah.
And
That's it, yeah.
Ron, I still have you unmuted, so I need to change that. Okay. Agenda item number 10. It is a censure motion that has been submitted, and I'm going to go through the rules of the process. And I'm going to ask everybody to respect the rules of the process, and I will intervene if, in my opinion, the rules are not being respected. In accordance with our bylaws, which have been handed down to us by the city, a censure motion, and I'm going to put it here for a second, just to be clear. The censure motion in our bylaws is under section 8, and the process, the censure is has specific rules. It has a specific bar that it needs to meet, and it needs to meet the criteria written here, which has grounds for censure, include but not limited to persistent disrupting conduct at meetings, violations or abuse of the board bylaws or rules, violations of the code of conduct, acting on behalf of the board without authorization, and misuse or abuse of the censure or removal process. The board procedure works like this: 3 board members, if they put together a request for the censure, they send it to me as the one who sets the agenda. I am then required by our bylaws to put it on the agenda, and I am required by the bylaws to forward the censure motion to the subject of the censure motion within no less than 30 days of the meeting, and also forward it to the City Department of Neighbor Empowerment within no less than 30 days. All these criteria have been met. I have submitted the censure to the parties involved. Right now, there is no description specifically on how this will proceed, so I'm going to do it in this fashion. I'm going to ask the movants, which are the 3 board members who made the motion to censure, I will give them 2 minutes to explain their motion and explain why that motion should pass. Then I'm going to ask Ms. Levesque, give her 2 minutes to respond if she would like to respond. I will then give back 2 minutes to the movants to rebuttal, and 2 minutes to Ms. Levesque to make a final statement. At that point, I'm going to open the floor for public comments, and then it will come back to the board for board comment and board vote if the board so chooses. I have allocated 30 minutes to this motion. I would like to stay within that timeline, and I will do my best to accomplish that. This is a serious matter and needs to be considered seriously. I'm going to ask anybody who is speaking to be allowed to finish what they're saying and not be interrupted, and I will cut off interruptions. I want to respect everybody's role in this process. This is an important procedure that we will abide by. Okay, let me close this. Let me, bear with me. I will get there. Okay, I am sharing the motion that was submitted that all board members and public have seen since we posted these on our meeting packet. You know, unfortunately, I can't share two screens, so I have to set this aside and share the timer. So with that, I am going to start the process and ask the movants to decide who wants to speak first and second and third if you want to. And I have 2 minutes for you to make the case, please. Who will speak?
Assad.
Assad? Okay. Assad, you have the floor. 2 minutes. Please stop at the end of the 2 minutes.
Per PRNC bylaws, Article 5, Section 8, we hereby move to censure Becky Levick, who has engaged in conduct that is contrary to the rules and regulations applicable to PRNC and impedes the orderly business of the board operations on her persistent disruptive conduct at meetings, violations and abuses of board bylaws or rules, violations of the code of conduct acting on. So on July 8, 2020, during PRNC monthly board around 8:20 p.m. while discussing agenda item 11 regards Rinaldi and Wilbur, Ms. Levick became very disruptive and started attacking the authors of this motion in various ways. Becky Levick, with no cause and no relation to the agenda item 11, started questioning Mr. Al-Najjar on his city employment, title department, and division, which has no bearing on the issues related to the intersection. It's our conclusion that her intention to possibly blame Mr. Al-Najjar personally to the lack services that should have been delivered by Councilman Member John Lee. Further, Ms. Levick singled out Mr. Al-Najjar on employment history and hence acting in bad faith for unknown reason. Ms. Becky Levick insinuated and then directly falsely accused Mr. Al-Najjar and Mr. Bailin on safety committee making design decisions and as it relates to the intersections of Fulber and Rinaldi without community meetings or board discussions, and contrary to what the whole motion itself was all about, to actually grant authority by the board to pursue a resolution. Ms. Levick attempted continuously to blame Mr. Al-Najjar and Mr. Bailin for the decisions that were actually made by CD12 multiple chiefs of staffs with no PRNC board members' involvement or feedback. We are sadly bringing this to the board, but we are forced in line with the bylaws Article 2, Section 2, and Section 3C.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Ms. Levick if she would like to respond.
Yes, I would, but with all of those allegations, I'm not sure that I can do it in 2 minutes, but I will begin. And I'd just like to start by saying at no time in the past have I ever been accused of being disruptive or disorderly during a business meeting. and there were no such facts presented or relied on in the motion previous to the July 8th meeting as is required under Section 8 of the bylaws to censure someone. So the censure motion boils down to the July 8th PRNC meeting. When agenda item 11 was discussed, I did not ask until board members were given an opportunity to speak. I did not speak. I did not interrupt the presenter of the motion. When I was asked to speak, my questions and the responses given took 2 minutes. I timed it by listening to the video link 4 times. There was no yelling or cursing. While I spoke, I was not admonished. I ended by saying, okay, and those were my concerns. Thank you. The motion is promptly went to a vote. As the minutes reflect, I co-seconded the motion. I voted in favor of the motion, and I do support David Balin and Assad Aljanar. And by the way, you pronounce my last name Levesque. I would be more than happy to have them represent Porter Ranch, but I did have questions. I will quickly respond to the allegations made in the motion. First, I asked 3 questions. I did not accuse anyone of anything. My first question was, has the Land Use Committee and the Safety Committee had any committee meetings regarding Wilder and Rinaldi's intersection? The second question was, what is going in on the southeast corner lot on the Rinaldi and Wilbur? Is anything going on there? I would like to be part of this discussion. And number 3, the third question was, Assad, what department for the city of Los Angeles do you work for? An objective consideration of these questions should lead anyone to believe that they were not disruptive and did not interrupt the orderly course of our meeting. And just as importantly, our bylaws provides in Section 8 that the purpose of the censure process is to place a board member on notice of misconduct. There has been no misconduct.
Thank
now
you.
to respond to the claims, I would like to respond to the claims.
Becky, I will give you a second round of 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
But let me stick with the process. The movements, would you like to rebut and say something?
David?
Is that a yes?
Yes, David, please.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't have a rebuttal on this. So, you know, I've sat on this board for a long time, and I've seen people's disrespect at many times. Unfortunately, I had seen Susan and Becky go back and forth over the years, but it was never to a point where somebody wanted to file a censure. And there's no place on a board for disrespect of any board member, And this goes for all the board members that are here tonight. If I were to see this and somebody came to me and wanted to file a censure on somebody, I would support that. This is a very difficult position sitting on this board. We have a lot to work with for the community. We don't get respect from the councilman's office. And you know, at the end of the day, we need to respect each other. And when people pull these kind of shenanigans on other board members, it needs to be addressed. So I support this, and it needs to be handled appropriately. Thank you.
Mehran, you want to take the rest of the time?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a very clear motion, but what I like to say that we have opinions and we try to reach the best conclusion for our community. But that does not mean that we step on each other or act in violation of our bylaws, Article 2, Section 3C. Being on a board is very difficult, but please respect the board member. Don't go after that board member and threaten and do anti-Semitism comments. Acceptable for this behavior.
Okay, let's stop for a second. You're bringing accusations that are not in the motion and that are not supported and not appreciated. Those are accusations that are not in the motion. You are a co-author on this motion. Stay with the content of this motion. Ms. Levesque, would you like to continue or reply?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now to respond to the claims. Agenda item 11 relates to a traffic light at Wilbur and Rinaldi, a few blocks from my home. The motion claims I have no cause and no relation to this agenda item, but I was elected by the stakeholders of Porter Ranch, so I do have a cause and I do have a relationship to the traffic light and safety issues of our street. I do not blame Mr. Algenar for anything. I encourage you to listen to the video and read the minutes. The motion states my intentions are based on a conclusion. Conclusions are not permissible under the written censure process, but I assure everyone on this board, especially Mr. Algenar, that there was no intent on my part to place blame on him or anyone else. I am accused of accusing Mr. Algenar and others of making design decisions without community meetings. I did not falsely accuse anyone of anything, as the minutes in the Zoom recording reflect. I merely asked if there had been any safety committee meetings in an effort to reach out to the immediate community. Asking this question was hardly misconduct or disruptive. I am accused of asking questions that have been previously discussed at a meeting several months ago, a meeting that I did not attend. If the questions were discussed at a previous meeting that I did not attend, then I apologize. However, I have operated within the attendance guidelines per our bylaws. It is untrue that I always miss meetings. I am accused of being blinded by hate toward Mr. Algenar. I do not hate anyone. I do not hate Mr. Algenar. This spurious allegation is untrue, unwarranted, and has no basis. I allegedly blamed PRNC members for the work done on this intersection. I did not blame anyone for anything per the Zoom video recording and the minutes. In hindsight, if any board members thought that I was guilty of misconduct, and I only have about 30 more seconds, they could have discussed it with me personally. They did not, never have. If the motion was intended to embarrass and humiliate me, it has succeeded. If the motion is intended to prevent board members from asking questions, it has failed. No matter which way you vote on this motion, an objective listener to the facts will see the motion is ill-advised, violates the bylaws, and makes false conclusions such as I hate Mr. Algenar. I do not hate anyone, and thank you.
By the way, Isa, my name is Al Najar.
I understand.
Yeah, I don't know who's Al Janar. My name is Al Najar.
All right, I understand. The correction is in the record. All right, I'm going to open the floor for public comment. I'm going to wait for the raised hands.
Isam, I have a question, point of order.
Go ahead.
Are you not planning on playing the actual video for the stakeholders?
No. The video is public record. It is on our website, and it's a record of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to reset this clock for 1 minute comments from the public. Liz, your hand is up first. You have the floor.
Hi, I've known Becky. I've been acquainted with Becky for over 30 years. Our kids went to school together. She has given more to this community than anybody will ever know or appreciate. I would like to know specifically what shenanigans a woman of her reputation would do. And I would also like to know specifically what anti-Semitic remark she has made, because I find that incredibly hard to believe that Becky would ever say anything to denigrate any person. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, this is a public comment, not a discussion or question and answer. Sherry, you have the floor. You have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. Sherry Darrell Hunnian. I first met Becky when she was responsible for opening a science center at Castle Bay Elementary. And I was amazed at the amount of community service she'd given. And she's the reason that I wanted to run for neighborhood council. She not only did that, but she was instrumental in opening the school, the Porter Ranch Community School, where you folks have your meetings. And I worked on several committees with her the 4 years I served on neighborhood council. And after the 2016, the board turned over completely, and Becky and I were the last two of the old regime of the former council members. And it was testy at times, but we stuck it out. And I can see no reason why Becky would ever have any feelings other than giving to the community, because she is a pillar of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a Vicky. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Vicki Brisman, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've known Becky for a long time. I also listen to the tape. I'm also on the Chatsworth Neighborhood Council, and I've come to most of your meetings to listen to what's gone on. I can't say enough that Becky is certainly not going to go out at anybody for who they are or what they are. She merely asked questions in this recording, and they were questions of concern. I don't think that she should be censured for being concerned or asking questions. And I know some of the people on the board, and I'm surprised that this has even come up. This is just, I think, shameful, and maybe some bullying by the board members. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a Christopher.
Yes, thank you, PRNC Board President. You know, I'm a member of the board for 7 years, and I want to indicate that the initiative to censor is completely out of order and uncalled for at this time. Board Member Levesque has been and is the conscience of the community and many of the Porter Ranch residents. Approving this motion undermines the public interest, and not having the voice of reason on the PRNC board is very disingenuous to the community as a whole. The impetus behind the effort to censor Ms. Levesque would be well served investing their energy and their time into the betterment of Porter Ranch. Thank you, Mr. President, board members, for your time and consideration, and I yield the balance of my time back to the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Benedetto.
Thank you. Mike Benedetto, once again, Vice President, Granada Hills South Neighborhood Council, outgoing President of the Granada Hills Chamber of Commerce, senior intern for Senator Hertzberg. I'm trying to explain this. I'm very familiar with organizations. I'm a member of the CAG West Valley Neighborhood Alliance on Homelessness. It sounded to me that Becky was trying to inquire as to whether or not Assam should have recused himself. We have to keep in mind that we're all volunteers here, and I think you folks are going down a somewhat slippery slope in that we really need to look at the fact that we need to be able to state our own opinions. It's actually our differences that make us stronger. And if she even has a minority point of view, it should be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Is a Richard?
Hello, this is Maria Fisk again.
Hello, Maria.
Hi, former Land Use Committee Chair of the South Neighborhood Council, Granada Hills. I have known Becky for more than 20 years, and let me say, she is one of the most honorable, respectful, dedicated members, that I have ever met on any neighborhood council. She's brilliant. Her heart and soul has been poured into this community, not only Porter Ranch, but surrounding communities. When I look at this motion, I fail to see that any kind of a case is made. Did the president take control of the meeting at the time when Becky was supposedly disruptive? Were her actions at that time clearly pointed out to her? There should have been probably a clearer reference to tapes, to actions specific that were disruptive, that she did not follow any kind of code of ethics or code of civility. So I strongly urge this board to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for our NEA. I don't see him in the room anymore. I hope he will come in to give the comment that he wanted to make on this matter. Mike D.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, my name's Mike. I'm new to Porter Ranch. I've been living here for about a year. I attended maybe the last neighborhood council meeting that was done in person before we went virtual. And Becky was, I think, the only person on the neighborhood council that greeted me and welcomed me. And she's just been super supportive, and my wife and I just want to voice our support for her. Just listening to the motion, it doesn't really sound like there's anything there. Becky listed out points. She asked questions. She made reference to the meeting. So this just seems kind of fishy and really kind of like a weak argument, and frankly is a waste of the neighborhood council's time. I think this should not be passed at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, bear with me. Ron, you have the floor. Ron, the guy, you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Oh, hi, I didn't raise my hand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me lower the hand. Again, is Gibson in the room? I'm scrolling and I can't find him in the room. Okay. Question from Ms. Oliveira. We're talking about item number 10, which is a censure motion. Okay. I'm going to open the floor to the board. I'd like to know, I'm sorry, 1 second. There's a Kathy. Would you please unmute yourself in the room? Go ahead. Kathy, are you there? You're unmuted. Would you like to say something? Kathy, we cannot hear you. Sorry, mic not working. I apologize. I'm not sure then I know what to do.
You can call back in if she wants to call in.
If she can. All right. I will disable talking. Panelists. Brandy. 1 minute. Go ahead.
I think we should wait till the attendee gets back in.
Okay, ma'am, I'm not going to wait. We need to move on. So
okay.
If she cannot get her, let me see if she's back on. Let me try it again. Kathy, are you there? You need to unmute yourself. There you go. We still cannot hear you. I apologize. We need to move. Okay, Brandy, go ahead.
I'd actually like to move that we table this until later in the meeting to give Gibson a chance to give his report.
We have a motion. We have a motion in front of us. We're discussing it. I asked him to reserve it till the time we have the motion, and he's not here. I need to proceed. This is our matter to deal with, so we need to proceed.
I understand, but I'm making a motion to table.
I'm asking for discussion on the initial motion, and we will come back to this motion. Anybody else on the panel?
Move on with another, and then if he comes in, then maybe Brandy wants to follow up after everybody else. I understand. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment on this. On a number of areas. First, the process in itself is flawed. And I hope someone in the room is from the city attorney's office who would take a note of this. The bonk censure process is flawed. The reason it is flawed is that it allows no room to have the matter reviewed internally by the city before it comes to a vote. There is no process of that sort. When the motion came to me from 3 board members, I became the 4th board member. I cannot discuss this motion with them, and I cannot discuss this motion with anyone. And the rules strictly say that the board president must put the motion on the agenda. And therefore, I hope that someone will relay this to bonk and let them know that they need to fix this. Now, related to the motion content itself, I would like to say this. There are a lot of times that many people lose their temper, say things that in hindsight they would regret saying, and raise their voice in a matter that they would regret. I certainly have been the subject of those in the past. But I'm asking the movements to be specific on what it is in our bylaws and what it is in the city's ethics or code of conduct with specific line item that the conduct violated, and also how does this measure to the repetitive requirement of the censure motion that is in our bylaws. From what I see so far, as much as I agree that the tone of the discussion was inappropriate, I don't see how it elevates itself to the censure standard that is laid out in the bylaws. And that's my comment. Any other board member comments?
Esam, this is David Balin.
David, go ahead.
And I think when Mr. Al-Najjar read his statement, he explicitly named the articles. And maybe he needs to read those articles so the board can understand where he feels that he felt harmed.
I will put those articles in the shared screen. Which article is that?
All right. So the first one, we are basing it on, of course, the Article 5, Section 8, which we're referring to the procedure and who can vote on it and what's the disruption. And just to clarify, it doesn't have to do with multiple incidents. It could be one incident. We brought one incident and we're focused on July 8. Whatever happened before July 8 is far gone, and we forgot about it. But the July 8 is what we're discussing today. The second part is the Article 14.
Which was the first article? Which?
Article 5, Section 8. Article 5, yes. Section 8, which is the censure, which is what you put first.
That's not what I asked is what conduct violated which item in our bylaws?
Right. So Article 14, Section 1,
Let me go
Code
there.
of Civility.
Does everybody see our screen?
They can't see it, but you might want to read it, Isam. Thank you.
Section 1, Code of Civility.
Hold on, Article 14.
Yes. And the one mostly that really got me is the Article 2, Section 2, our mission, and Section 3C in regards.
Here's Article 14. It is on our screen, shared
Section
screen.
1, yes.
Section 1. Which part of it was violated?
He said in his statement it was Section 1, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm looking at Section 1, and I'm sharing the screen with Section 1. Is it not visible?
Right. So Section 1, exactly, which meaning that we have to abide by our bylaws. And if you go to the one where really the most of the attack took place, is Article 2.
Just a second. So there was no violation of Article 14.
Article 14 gives us the right to proceed with this censure.
No,
basically.
Article 14 divides the conduct code of civility.
Right. And that we have all to abide by ethics, and we have to abide by LAMC section 49.51.
It says the PRNC is representing stakeholders that will refrain from violating board rules.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and all applicable section of the City of Los Angeles Government Ethics Ordinance.
Yes.
So which section of our board rules or section of the city ethics ordinance was violated?
So the rules, exactly. So you go to Article 2.
Okay.
Start with Section 3C.
I'm going there. 1 second.
Right.
Here's Article 2. 3C.
Right. And if you want to go to the specifics, I'll read the description 2 page again, because
I'm asking Section 3C says to prohibit discrimination against any individual or group in our operations on the basis of race, religion, color, creed, national origin, ancestry, sex, sexual orientation, age, disability, marital status, homeowner rental status, income, or political affiliation. What action violated this rule?
The line of questioning, we are dealing with a traffic intersection. Has nothing to do if I'm a carpenter, if I'm a plumber, if I am whatever it is. There is, and the way Ms. Levick presented the item as saying no cause, no relation. What I meant is my job description, whatever I do for a living has no variance on the cause or the relation to the agenda item 11. I'm a plumber, assume I'm a plumber. So it has nothing to do with, we stick to the item 11.
And I appreciate that, but that is not relevant to Section 3C.
Of course, the reason I was attacked, it's because of race, religion, color, creed, national origin, ancestry, sex, skip the sexual orientation because I'm married with two kids, and skip the marital status. And the political affiliation.
All right.
Everything in item C, is the whole thing.
I understand. So now it's up to the board. So now up to the board to decide if that met the standard. So
right, and then you read section 2. Section 2, which is the mission. Our mission is to provide inclusive, open forum to the public. We discuss issues. We advise the city on issues concerning city governance, the needs of the neighborhood council, delivery city of services, also initiate, execute, support projects, physical, social, cultural improvement. Has no bearing where I come from or what I do for a living, which department I'm in. We needed to focus on an issue which is failure of CD12 and Councilman Lee to deliver on an intersection.
That is not relevant. That is not relevant right now to the censure motion.
Right. Well,
so
it's part of it's part on page 1.
So the standard that you feel has been
Mostly it's
violated?
section 3C.
3C. All right.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think my one of the I think Meron feels the same way, but this has nothing to do with it.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
But David, you're the co-author. You're the vice president.
Anything else that was violated that you want to highlight other than 3C?
I think section 3C itself is more than enough. The city
Okay.
of LA, all its entities have zero tolerance for any kind of acts of discrimination. We
Okay.
cannot. You know, I work very hard at interfaith. I bring everybody together. I work hard on many organizations. I don't announce it to the world, but the people who know me know how much I do in service, paid service daytime and free volunteer in the evening. There is no reason for attacking me for what I do or a living. There is no reason for any, or anybody. We are a team. We are one team. Yes, we are.
And I understand and I appreciate it. This is a very non-emotional exercise. It has to be that way. The exercise is there is a bar that needs to be met for a censure. The question is now, do the board members feel that the bar has been met based on the statements from the movements? So I'm going to ask if there is any other board member comments, and I'm going to ask for a vote. Hassan? Hassan, you need to unmute yourself.
I apologize, Sam. It's a very difficult position that all board members, majority are in, to discuss and decide about the fate and censorship of another board member. What I can say from my observation, and I know Becky again for a long time, she's a very nice lady, very active. She has done a lot of things for the community. But I also have to say that within the past year or so, my observation of some of her discussions and attitudes, the way it comes out, frankly, has been very abrasive.
Hassan, we are trying to address the specifics of the motion.
I understand, but I think it has very relevant to the degree of what I see. I think some of the comments and perhaps is more of the way things have come out, more specifically than really having the purposes that is discussed behind this particular censorship that has elevated us and perhaps a few other board members to be upset with the way things have been discussed with Becky and the way she has brought the issues. As I said, it's very difficult and emotional, but at the same time, short of any censorship of this situation, one has to learn that you cannot talk like that in meetings to be so abrasive. Everybody is entitled to their opinion with respect, to talk to other people and do not make them feel like they are beneath them. I think that's the key we are talking about here. And if that situation was to go away with a promise and maybe some appreciation of each other, we would not be here. So that's basically my 2 cents, and with that, I'll stop.
Lori?
Yes, I want to give my 2 cents as well as Hassan. My feelings are similar to Hassan's. When I rewatched the video myself this afternoon, and my husband was in the room listening, and I had to stop it and start it over, and try to re-listen to see what was considered, in my opinion, hostile questioning and hostile attitude. And I'm not sure if it raises to the bar of censorship, and I'm not sure if it fits under, this section 3C. But for my opinion, and this is just me, I felt like there was a lack of civility, and that was the other code that this would fall under. I felt like the questioning of Assad's role and what he does for a living and so on you know, he subsequently got attacked on Nextdoor from people now knowing what he does for a living. So I feel like that was where that all came from, that there was some hostility and the way things were phrased weren't as easily said as could have been said. And I think maybe she was tired that night. I don't know. I could easily get in this situation myself. So I am very torn right now about how, if it raises to the level of censorship.
Okay, thank you. Brandy?
You had said after the panelists are done speaking, you wanted to vote. I would like to hear from the attendees before we vote. Thank you.
We heard from the attendees. I'm not opening the floor again for the public. Do you want to say something?
Me?
Yes.
I made my comment.
Okay.
I'm not even allowed to vote, but I want to hear from Gibson because I think that's important. I want to hear from the attendees because I think that's important.
We heard from the attendees and Gibson has left the room. Jason?
I can't vote myself, so I'm not going to be really weighing in on an opinion, but I just have a question. What does it mean to censure somebody? What is the impact? Does that mean they're going to have a hearing, or I'm just trying to understand what that means. If the board does approve a censure, what happens next? If somebody can answer that, that would be great.
You know, again, the policy is not clear. I would assume that it means there would be a censure resolution from the board, and that's it.
Basically, Jason, the way it works, it's
Just
like
let it be Assad. Let it be Assad.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
David Lasher.
I don't feel like I have to say something for the sake of saying something, but I'm torn too. I agree with Hassan's perspective is important. I agree with Lori, and Assam, I totally understand your perspective on not so much the technicalities of it, but the issues you've raised. There's absolutely no place for snarkiness, especially with anybody, between ourselves, with the public, and that has come out in a few times, and chalk that up to the motion of the issues that involve people caring so much about certain things. But I'm torn as well. But I align myself with some of the comments been made in terms of. Well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, and Becky, you need to unmute yourself.
I'm a little confused because on the motion, we discuss Article 5 of the bylaws, but now all of a sudden, all of these other things in the bylaws have come forward. So I really didn't have a chance to prepare for that. And I thought we were only discussing the July 8th meeting. I didn't think that we were allowed to go back, you know, however far back you want to go back. And as far as Assad, he's always telling us he works for the city of Los Angeles. He's always talking about who he works for. And it was just a question. If we're talking about a traffic light, does he work for street lighting? That was just a question. It wasn't an accusation. That's all I have to say. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. With that, the movements, we have a motion. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second the
motion.
All right. I'm going to look last time for
Who got the second, Lori or David?
Gibson.
What motion is it? Is it Brandy's motion, or is it the motion on the?
It's Assad's motion.
Who seconded it, David or Lori? I heard both.
They both did at the same time.
I think it should be me because David's on the motion.
Now, just to be clear, there are three things I want to mention. First, according to our bylaws, Becky, you cannot vote.
Right.
You would be in the room, but you cannot vote. Second, Brandy and Jason do not qualify to vote. What is left is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 board members. No, yes, 8 board members. Even though our own bylaws state that a motion must pass, including abstentions, in their infinite wisdoms, Bonk changed that under the censorship, under the censure ruling. And so if you look at the censure item in our bylaws, let me go to them for a second. Trying to find them now. Here we go.
Number 5, Ethan.
It says, for the purpose of censure motions, abstentions shall not be counted as votes. So what that means is that if someone abstained, then it's as if they're counted themselves as ineligible. So in other words, the motion needs to have the majority positive. It needs to receive majority yes of those who vote yes or no. Okay, is that clear? Any question on that? Let me take a quick look again if Gibson is in the room.
He's not in the room, Esau, but you know what?
Gibson is not in the room. So we've all spoken our piece about it. The process requires me to ask for a vote. So we had a motion, we had a second, so the motion is live. And so I am going to ask to call the roll, call the vote.
Alrighty, Brandy, ineligible. Hassan?
Abstain.
David Balin?
Yes.
Jason, ineligible. Miran?
Yes.
Becky, ineligible. David Lasher?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Assad?
Yes.
Gabriel? I'm going to abstain. And Isam?
No.
We got 5 yeses, 1 no, 2 abstain, 3 ineligible.
Okay. Motion passes. I am going to ask for a 10-minute break. I will set the clock. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Francis, you're here? You're muted.
Oh, I'm here. Hi.
Okay. Sorry for running late on you too. We're running late. Okay. It is
Oh, goodness.
9:39. Let's get back into the meeting.
President Isam, I think I should recuse myself. I'm not part of SOLID, but I'm part of the CPAP LAPD Devonshire. And the facility they're discussing is where we have the meeting. So to eliminate any, any violations, yeah, I'll recuse myself. So you want to put me in the waiting room?
I don't have a waiting room system on this here, so I ask you to mute yourself and walk away from the room.
Okay.
President Isam.
Anybody else?
Yeah. I too will have to recuse myself since I sit on CPAP.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
I'm going to recuse myself as well because I am on the board of directors and co-founder of Solid.
Okay. Thank you.
We're going to lose half our board.
Anybody else? Becky, you need to leave the room, please.
How do I do that?
I'm asking to literally get up and go to another room.
Oh, okay, yeah, not a problem. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. Anybody else? All right. We have an MPG request from Solid, and what I want to do is first to change the screen share to the MPG request and then ask a representative to come up and speak on the request. Give me 1 second. Just 1 minute, let me open it. Okay. Here's the request for the NPG, which is the Neighborhood Purposeful Grant. And we have Dale, I assume that is you. So you have the floor if you can have a couple of minutes to speak of this. And to be clear, before you start, the form itself does not include the quantity requested. It was sent to me in an email. So that's why I have it in the motion as 3,000. That was the number that was relayed to me, but it's not stated on page 2 of the request. Oh, it is stated down here. I apologize.
Number 9.
Okay.
Point of information.
Yes.
Do the 2 ineligible to vote members count against our quorum?
They are ineligible to vote. So let's see. Good question. I don't think you count. It's as if you left the room, but I may be wrong.
Well,
I'm gonna consult the mayor of Neighborhood Councils, Glenn Bailey, in the room. Glenn, go ahead.
Yes, we've gotten this question a number of times over the years. So persons who are not current on all their trainings are ineligible, but they do count towards your quorum. The persons who recuse themselves do not count for quorum. So there is a distinction between the 2 classes.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Okay. So with that, Dale, Penn, are you there? Your audio is not working well. Nope, it is not working.
It sounds like something wrong with your speed.
Sounds like Star Trek.
Can we?
What Star Trek are you watching?
Let me hold on for a second, Francis, please. Let me ask if you're able to call in. If you have the call-in information from the agenda? If you put in the question in the Q&A, I'll reply to you with the phone number. Dale, I assume that's you again. Can we try again?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Perfect, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, and to the other board members and my fellow neighbors. I've lived here in the valley, this part of the valley, for over 30 years. My name is Dale Penn, and I'm a director and one of the 17 current board members for SOLID, which is Supporters of Law Enforcement in Devonshire. Now, normally, SOLID, we conduct 2 major fundraisers per year, which everyone listening probably knows about. One is our pancake breakfast, which is a big fundraiser for us in the early part of the year. That was just canceled because of, or we just canceled it because of current conditions, health conditions. And we also sponsor a pasta dinner, which most of you may know about, and that has also been canceled. It was canceled last year for fires in 2019. It's already been canceled for 2020. So our fundraising efforts have been short-circuited, but we're still encouraging you to consider, and we thank you for considering this NPG request. Our stations, Devonshire number 17 on Etowanda, as many of your board members know, is one of the oldest stations in the city. If you've been there, all you have to do is look at the building. You'll see it's one of the oldest. And it does require upgrades and renovations from time to time that fall outside the city budget. So that's why SOLID exists, to support those officers, those men and women who protect us in the local community, to also support the volunteers that work at that division, and also to keep a bridge open between the SLOs and various community groups and other volunteer groups here that support law enforcement. Because of the age of the station, what you're considering here in front of you is $3,000 to help us with a current project, which is really the renovation of the front-facing part of the lobby. The front-facing part of the lobby is the front door, essentially, which is now closed for health concerns, but it's also closed because it is under construction, waiting for us to finish this project. So we would humbly ask that you consider the $3,000 to help defray the cost, especially in light of all of the cancellations we've had for other fundraising events. The front-facing door, by the way, is what allows you and I, the public, to walk in and actually talk to a police officer. When we've had our car stolen, when we have a crime to report, when we have a concern, we can't even get in the front door because it's still not ready. It's still not finished. So that's what we're trying to do, is open that front-facing lobby. The details are in front of you, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Any public comment before the board discussion? No public comment. Panelists, Lori?
Yes, Dale, my only question would be, have the other neighborhood councils pledged money yet? Are we the first to come to you? I missed that when you scrolled. Sorry.
Well, that's a very good question. Our transparency is is going to be apparent. Of the neighborhood councils that you see in front of you on the screen now have all been approached. I will tell you that Northridge West Neighborhood Council has decided to grant us our request. I believe they did that last night. Porter Ranch is up next, and we are going to continue to work with the others: Granada Hills North, Granada Hills South, North Hills West. So we're working with the others, but the first on board was approved last night by Northridge West.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Gabriel?
Yes, have you met up and requested any funding from Councilmember Lee's office? My first question.
For this project, we have not, no.
And my second question would be, if for any reason we end up amending the amount for a lower amount, would you be fine with that? Just because of the financial times we are in right now as a council.
Well, because of the times we're in financially right now, we are not able to have our pancakes or our pasta. So whatever your board can agree to, we would gratefully accept.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Lasher?
You know, God bless the LAPD, and I know a fair number of officers, including a few that are friends at Devonshire, but frankly, this request makes little sense to me. The lobby hasn't changed in years. It's not in bad shape, but this is a major infrastructure issue that should come out of LAPD budget. They spent $10 million buying several hundred BMW electric cars that they never use, sat in the parking lot with 200 hours on them, with a number of folks legally using them for personal errands. It's ridiculous. This is an infrastructure request they should fix. And there's a lot of better ways to spend $3,000 within the community. This is it's a capital improvement construction project, not something that falls into our purvey in this respect. It's crazy.
Mehran?
Dale, I have one question to you. Maybe you can consider why you don't use the Sunshine Canyon money to do the project. Because they do have funds and they do have fund trust. You can ask them too. Just a thought.
Thank you for that suggestion. We are a nonprofit, and we are looking for sources of revenue to support these small projects. And if I can just answer the other part about how the city spends their money, folks, this is why I volunteer on the Solid Board, to help get our community funds that are not being spent in our neighborhood. I agree. I have no control over the purchase of vehicles, BMWs, whatever. The city budget is not in my wheelhouse, but local support for our local station that serves us all is in my wheelhouse. So that's the reason that we press on with this renovation, which has been approved and is entirely backed by the captain of the station, Captain Burns. She's in every meeting that we have. She has approved the demolition and the construction and felt that it was necessary not only for officer safety, but for public safety. That's the reason it's being renovated.
All right, thank you. And Jason?
Hi, Dale. I'm the treasurer here at the neighborhood council. You know, and I read through all the documents a little carefully. So I just want to let you know in the application on section 11A, I think you would want to put yes on that because you're saying that Becky Levesque has a relationship with, and then I think you would want to fill out 11B. So the NPG would be correct or correctly filled out. Just a little heads up.
Thank you. Thank you. I see that.
If you get that, if we do approve something, it would be helpful to resend that to ESOM and I'll upload the proper documents because if you know, sometimes the city will reject these things. But, you know, I really support LAPD and what they're doing. And I know that Solid is doing a tremendous job with community policing. I mean, I was down at the Park and Ride and I saw them coming by and I just, the only thing is, you know, as neighborhood councils, and if you could put number 5, ESOM on the screen, question number 5. the important thing with how we spend our money is that it has this like benefit at large, you know, a public purpose and benefit the public at large. In other words, I'll give you an example. Let's say you redo the library here in Porter Ranch. Well, everybody can go in there. I mean, not before COVID, let's say. The thing is some of these renovations are inside the detective area, and that isn't necessarily open to the public, or is it? That's, I guess, one of my questions. And then let me just finish so I can get it. We can keep things. Let's see. Yeah, I just want to say I went on the tour of Devonshire, and I have a good lay of the land, and I do understand. The COVID expenses, I would think that those are going to be reimbursable for you guys. So I would recommend, you know, segregating those expenses out, because just because you pay it now doesn't mean that there's not going to be federal funds coming through. So, you know, that is challenging for us too. You know, if we pay for something that is, you know, COVID related expense, is that not something that the city should pick up, kind of piggybacking on what David Lasher is saying? But that being said, I totally support, you know, what you guys do. And, you know, if you bring an MPG regarding like community policing and things that have a direct impact in our community, I think that's a lot, you know, more palatable. But I have to just mention one last thing regarding the budget, just so we are in context. We have a motion to revise the budget on the agenda, but right now we've allocated $4,500 for NPGs. So just to understand, 3,000 would be almost, you know, the majority of the NPG budget, but we are discussing revising it up to 7,500. So that just gives everyone a context. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment as a board member as well. I am in support of this NPG. I think this is our station, and it deserves spending this money on as part of our ownership, part ownership of this station with the other neighborhood councils. We all know the assault that our law enforcement is under right now. And I would support this motion at the level it is. But I'm going to open the floor to 3 public members. Sherry, you have a minute, please.
Yes, Sherry Darrell-Hunnian, former member of the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. I think with all that's going on, with the fires and all the problems we've had in Porter Ranch, that we need to support our law enforcement fully. And I've been to the lobby in the last 2 months. I've had the opportunity to go there for different reasons. And it's really atrocious. Just the front door, you look like you don't even know if you can go in. It looks really shabby. And whether it's detectives' quarters or the front door or the plexiglass or whatever the Devonshire Division needs, I'm all for it. I think that you guys should vote for the 3,000. Without the law enforcement, think about all the times the police are there to watch over us. And we live in a safe community because of Devonshire Division. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Brian Allen.
Hi, again. This is Brian, Granada Hills. I want to clarify, correct one statement. I want to throw out a little bit of criticism and correct one statement. I'll make this as quick as I can. The Solid needs to be presenting these NPGs, and at this point they are now. They came to us and did not present it. They didn't show up at our meeting. We did approve $3,000. And we did have the same argument about the city should be paying for this. The problem is the city just took $150 million away from the police, and they have a hard time even buying bullets. So we see, as Issam said, this is our police station. They keep us safe. It is worth doing. We criticized, I should say we counseled Solid that they need to present these, but the fact is they are the way that station is updated. It has been that way for years now, and it is a good thing that that is happening, and we are the ones that benefit by these, and our stakeholders benefit by having this station renovated from time to time. So I'm in full support of this.
Thank you, Brian. There is a Paula without a last name, so please go ahead.
That's me again, former State Assemblywoman Paula Boland.
Yes, ma'am.
You. I was president of Solid for a while. If you remember the last renovations, I worked with Dale in raising the money for those because we didn't even have a roll call room or a lunch room. The money they're raising right now is money the city will not give them. The city, anything Solid raises is money that the city will not pay for. They refuse to pay for. They refuse to pay for the remodeling of the trailers even that we had to do. Also remember, your front area isn't just for looks. This is for safety. And you have the community coming to that station and exchanging children that under court orders where parents need safe places to change them. Same thing with your detectives area. They won't let them open this at all unless it is the way the new design is for the front desks of police stations. So it's really vital. It is direct money to your community and your constituents because it won't open until it happens. And they'll get the money one way or the other one. I know it took us a long time to finish what we wanted to finish, Dale, and you were in the middle of raising all that money for the original, but you want it open as soon as possible. So I recommend a yes vote, please, because it's probably one of the most vital things going on in your community right now. Your detectives have the same needs. It's just a different area.
Thank you. Sayuri Oliveira. You need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi there. I completely support it. Any way we can support LAPD, it improves our community. And child custody she hit it on the head. A lot of unfortunate custody exchanges happen. You want to create it to be a very safe and comfortable atmosphere, I would think. So safety is a priority.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last public comment, Glenn Bailey.
Yes, Glenn Bailey, wearing my Northridge East Neighborhood Council hat. When you saw the list of neighborhood councils, you may have noticed that the other two Northridge neighborhood councils were not listed. I don't know why that is, but I did speak at with the Solid representative last night and indicated for Northridge East, at least, we have never received the NPG, but I just want to let this board know that since the Devonshire Police Station is located within our boundaries, that if we are sent an NPG, it will be, well, I can't tell you what will happen, but I'm sure that it'll be well received.
It'll be on the agenda.
It'll definitely, yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Panelists, Hassan, Jason, and then David Lasher, please make it quick. Hassan?
Yeah, so Sam, I'm in favor of this proposition for funding. My only issue is that with such a limited funding and resources we have, and with the fires and perhaps a lot of other community improvements, are we making the biggest impact spending $3,000 on a lobby door at the police station, or taking care of a bunch of other stuff right very close to Porter Ranch boundaries? I fully understand we need a police department and I fully support them, but I just have a problem with the amount. I think it's pretty excessive considering the budget cuts, and perhaps hopefully more of the NCs should contribute. And I'm hoping, as David Lasher was saying, perhaps some money from internal budgets of LAPD for renovation should come. So,
okay, all right.
thank you.
Jason?
I just had a question. Are we going to be recognized in any way, for our outreach purposes as far as, I don't know, the plaque or, Dale, if you could
Yeah.
answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, when you approach the lobby at Devonshire, you'll notice there are a lot of plaques, and there are names of people and organizations here in the community that have contributed to helping keep that station up. So yes, there is a plaque with your name on it.
Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I'll just finish by saying I do support this motion. If we do spend 3,000, that's going to eat into other NPGs in the future. And that's going to be up to the board. But all I can do is give the numbers. But I definitely think it's a worthy cause, and but I do also am concerned about how much. But that's all I can say at this point.
Okay. David Lasher.
Again, no disrespect to the officers at LAP in general and Devonshire specific. Yes, the department lost $150 million recently, but they added $120 million last month. There's no way they can't afford bullets. If the lobby isn't safe and hasn't been safe for the past few years, that's unacceptable in itself and should have been remedied years ago, especially as a lobby hasn't been modified in years. I've been there. I've been at other LAPD lobbies. They look very similar. It's never going to be, quote, comfortable. It's a police lobby that's, in essence, restricted entry, fortified, if you will. They're not even going to open Devonshire for God knows how many months because of COVID. It's just, there should be an internal construction budget spending. The solids money can be better spent elsewhere. It's just, I don't understand why we're debating a construction project that should be a part of a master budget.
But you know what? We're not commenting about how somebody spends their money. We're asking, there's a question in front of us. Do we agree with it, not agree with it, or move on? It's capital project versus non-capital project. It's outside our purview. Mehran and then Gabriel, then I got to move on.
All right, so I am only worried about the amount on this NVG. And we should consider to lower it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Gabriel?
Yes, I'm fully supportive of LAPD, but I also agree with Jason and now Miran that the amount should be a little lower.
Okay, Brandy, you had your hand up. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, just for numbers' sake, our budget that I'm looking at says that we're allocating $4,500 for NPGs. This is literally 2/3 of our entire NPG budget.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion. Considering that we are rebudgeting and we're going to go through it a little later, I would like to ask I'd like to make a motion to support this NPG at the $2,500 level.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any other board comment? Seeing none, call the vote.
All right, Brandy, ineligible. Hassan?
Yes.
Yes. David Balin, recused. Jason, ineligible. Miran?
Yes.
Becky is recused herself. David Lasher?
On principle, no.
Lori?
Yes.
Assad is recused himself. Gabriel, yes. Isam?
Yes.
And 5-1 vote, motion passes.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming by. Let me move on and let me see if I can text them.
Francis, would you mind reading back the yeses and the nos?
I can tell you.
Thanks, Gabe.
Yeah, the yeses are Hassan, Mehran, Lori, Gabriel, and Assam.
Correct.
The no was David Lasher.
Correct.
Okay.
2 ineligible and 3 recused.
Correct.
Yes, got it. 3 recused. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me move on. Let me stop this.
Oh, David Bailiff's back.
Assad is back too. Don't forget.
Oh, hi,
that.
Guy.
Hi.
Okay, can we just continue? I also sent the text to Becky to come back in. Oh. The security company in my business is calling me. I need to get off for 1 second.
Yeah, take it.
Where's Balin? You take over, Balin.
His microphone is off, so I'll take over in charge.
We're on number 12. It's Lori and you and Assad.
Hey, Laurie did the whole job. We just got the complaints to her, and she is a good listener.
You are muted.
She's muted. Laurie, you're muted.
I know I'm muted. I was talking to David Balin.
I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here.
To unmute himself.
Oh, I am muted. Sorry. Item number 12 is the discussion and possible action to, I can't read that. Everybody's head's in the way.
To submit a CIS to the City Council under Council File 20-1114, urging them to reopen the West Valley Animal Shelter and maintain its level of service to the community.
Please go ahead, Lori.
Basically, this is a letter to support the council motion that's already been filed by John Lee. And to take it a little bit further, I believe, than what John Lee has stated. He's now asked for the general manager to appear in front of him at the city council. However, we want them to reopen the West Valley Animal Shelter immediately and maintain a level of service to the community as it always has been. The problem right now, as we see it, I'm just going to summarize my letter. I have a letter attached. I don't know if everyone's seen it. I don't think it's necessary to read the entire thing, but the main points being that they take in not only strays, but in times of an emergency, they are also available to take in large animals and livestock, horses and goats and rabbits and other things that the other shelters are not capable of maintaining. And if the number of animals that are taken in by the West Valley shelter every year or every month is enormous. The amount of animals that would be pushed over to the East Valley shelter would really overwhelm them. And if anything, most likely would end up in euthanasia of more and more animals. So this is a vital service to our community. We've had a lot of stakeholder feedback for it. That's why I wrote the letter the way I did and took in a lot of different pieces of input, some from Assad and some of the city numbers and some of the stakeholders' issues and some of their concerns. So my motion is to discuss and possible action to approve the letter attached. If everyone has read it, I don't know if I have to read it out loud.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Let's Gabriel second the motion. I'd like to open it up for board discussion, but I see that we have Paula as an attendee, but unfortunately I don't have the controls and Lori's there. If the attendee—
Isam is back.
Isam is back.
Thank you.
He can control.
Is he back? I don't see him yet.
He's on the screen, but anyway, let me continue on what Lori was saying, David, before you proceed. So basically, we had our committee, the safety committee. We got a lot of complaints and a lot of data, and we gave it to Lori to put it all together. The impact, if this closed, will flood our neighbor CD3, and which is already over capacity. Plus, I would like to make a remark at this time. Yesterday, Glenn Bailey made a good remark. For the CIS, as it stands, we need to say we supported as amended, because the way it reads, if amended, yes, because the way it reads is just to get a report back. However, the community feedback that we're getting is to make it clear, we wanted to stay open and operational as a city entity because it has the facility, our tax money went into it, so we should maintain it as is. So if we support the file council, we need to have it amended. And I guess Jason knows the wording more better than me.
Is that we're worried that if we just mention, I'm not sure how to reword this, someone else made the point that if we just urge them to reopen the West Valley Animal Shelter, we want to make sure they're not going to basically give away a different shelter, the East Valley Shelter, because the current plan was basically to lease out the shelter for like $1 a year or something crazy to Best Friends or one other organization. We need to make sure that this doesn't happen to any taxpayer city shelter.
Exactly.
Really important.
There was one piece of information that came out at the other meeting that we were listening to, was that they were discussing a hybrid model. And I believe that was added to the other CIS that I saw that got approved, Northridge West meeting last night. But yes, I thank you, Lori. Great job. And yeah, it should be support if amended. In other words, because Councilman Lee's motion is only asking for a report back. It's not taking a position as to, we want the shelter. So we absolutely.
It's not responding to the actual, what the community and the constituent want.
Right.
It's just, it's put there for mass consumption. Report back to us without even a timeline when the report is due. Is it due in 4 years, 10 years? Is it due after the mayor's election? It's a very open-ended.
Okay, let's hold off on the. Isam, you're ready? Isam, are you there?
Just one comment as far as CISs and when you. Oh, okay. He's talking, but I can't hear him.
Can't hear you, Isam.
Lori?
Yes.
I can help you file it. I'm authorized to do it, but just so you know the way that the system works, there's a box you can put up to 1,000. I think it's 1,000 characters. So if you have like kind of a summary paragraph, you can upload the letter as well. But they're not going to take a lot of time to read. They're very busy. So you put like a summary paragraph. Like the community wants the shelter to stay, I don't know if you can pull something out of this letter, but that's just kind of the way it works. But if not, you can pull out specific text and put it in the box so that it goes on the agenda.
I'll let him know that you're going to do it.
I think we should talk about passing the motion first, right?
No, we're discussing the motion before we make it.
He's on back yet?
No, Isam had to leave, so I'm going to do my best running this from this computer. Everybody wait about it, Isam. You got it.
He's trying, I think, to reboot or something. Technical difficulty.
No,
no, he's almost there.
He's holding up his finger.
Yeah, almost there.
No, he's.
You can see him fine.
Yeah, we can see him
He's
fine.
number one.
Wait. He's number one.
He's number one.
Lori.
Nice. There you go.
If you want to make the CIS text, see how you say our recommendations include? If you want to just take that portion, make this.
I will reword this. We'll have to reword this a bit to make it for the actual submission.
He made David a host. David should now be able to go to attendees.
I am the host. I'm going to attempt this.
Right now, actually, I'm in charge, David.
Okay, good. You got that because I asked him to put you on there as well. So go ahead. So let's back up a little bit. We've had the motion. We've had a second. Can we hear from the public first before we move on to board comments?
Did we have a second?
We did. Gabriel seconded.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the public comment in the, I can see the way it's listed. I'm going to start with Paula Heisen.
Paula, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Paula Shin. I was a volunteer at West Valley Shelter. I'm going to make this very, very short. I just wanted to bring out a couple points. Laura, you are absolutely correct. You want to be very specific instead of just saying reopening it, because Brenda Barnett is playing with words. What she's saying is that she wants to reopen, but she doesn't say that she wants to reopen it as a community service center and not provide any of the municipal shelter services. So that is very important to say that it's to reopen as a municipal shelter. And second, I just want to point out real quick that East Valley Shelter has the highest intake, and that is because it is covering two areas. The Northeast Shelter in Mission Hills was never opened as a full municipal shelter. Brenda Barnett gave that shelter to Best Friends, and that is why East Valley is always inundated. And can you imagine if West Valley closes? It would just absolutely flood them with animals. And lastly, I just want to thank you. Thank you for supporting this, and thank you for advocating for the community and the animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Lori. Lori, I'm gonna allow you to talk. Lori Albertson.
Hi, everyone. This is Lori Avazian. I am so happy to find that you're bringing this motion to send this letter, and I've been happy to see that John Lee and other neighborhood councils have been all over it. I've really been watching what's been going on with it, and I am just heartbroken and appalled. I'm a huge animal lover, and to think of the additional animals that will be euthanized if this shelter isn't reopened as a municipal city shelter just is unconscionable to me. And I know very, very many people in my neighborhood who've rescued animals from that shelter. And I know that our community will continue to support that. And last of all, I did want to mention, I don't know if any of you are aware, that our West Valley shelter, the kennels are air conditioned. The kennels at the East Valley shelter do not have air conditioning. They're begging the public last weekend and I think it was 2 weeks ago, when we also had temperatures in the 100, to donate ice blocks and fans to keep the animals cool. Can you imagine any of your animals in 117 degrees with no air conditioning? So again, I just want to thank you, and I'm in full support of what you're doing, and let us know if you need anything else from the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori, thank you very much for your time. I have a number ending in 411. I'm going to open it up for your discussion. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Carolyn, also resident and a long-term volunteer, a dog walker volunteer at West Valley Shelter. I adopted my own dog from them. I do want to point out that when the John Lee file that he created only asks Brenda for a report, and asking Brenda for a report is like taking down the paintings in your house and trying to hang Jello on a wall. It just will not get done. You will not get facts from her. Laura, the previous caller pointed out that about the air conditioning. There has been a huge uproar about air conditioning. She repeatedly responded back to every concerned constituent, and she said, all shelters are air conditioned. What she meant was all shelters where the staff works are air conditioned. The public is outraged and calling about the dogs suffering in the heat, and the volunteers are pleading for ice blocks for the dogs, but she repeatedly just brushes things aside and twists facts into a distorted version of reality and says all shelters are air conditioned. Same as the previous caller said, she will say, I want to reopen the shelter, but reopening it as a hybrid shelter is a dangerous, dangerous play. It is a public funded shelter. We paid, in fact, we're still paying on the bond that built that shelter, and to give away kennel space that we desperately need is just playing with the animals' lives. That shelter was at 90% capacity and at times over 100% capacity with hallways filled with dogs that were brought in from hoarding cases. You have got to give those dogs a chance until they get adopted. To give away kennel space that was already short is just ludicrous. So if you are presenting your community impact statement, I would urge you to say that you are against a hybrid proposal, because that seems to be the direction she's headed. And she will agree with you and say, yes, I do want it reopened. So it is best to get ahead of it and say, we are also against a hybrid model. We want it back open as a full municipal shelter. Thank you.
Very much.
Well said, thank you.
All right, we have Michelle Cornelius available. I'm going to unmute you. Hello, Michelle.
All right, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you so much for taking my comment. My name is Michelle. I've been a volunteer at the West Valley Animal Shelter for 13 years. A lot of callers have already touched on many things, so I will just point out, someone said East Valley has the highest intake of all 6 shelters, but they also have the lowest save rate, right? Because they're very overwhelmed because they take on 2 areas because Best Friends has Mission Hills. And I also want to point out that Brenda's claiming that they're, due to budget cuts, they don't have the staff to be able to open the shelter. But when I looked at the CAO's website, look at the 2020-2021 proposed budget, on page 18 of the Blue Book Volume 1 under Shelter Operations and Animal Care, there were 167 positions in 2019-2020, and there was the same number this year. So it's not clear to me why she says that she doesn't have the staff if the staffing is remaining the same in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one last attendee, and Kathy, I'm going to allow you to speak. I'm going to unmute you. Hello, Kathy.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to just thank the board. I want to thank the outreach committee and mostly the safety committee for putting this motion together. I very much appreciate that. I've been working with Assad and Lori, and they've been extremely helpful in guiding me through this process and helping me. But anyway, all the previous callers made some, outstanding comments there, so I won't repeat a lot of them. But Brenda needs to take this experiment elsewhere. It's not to be done in the city of Los Angeles. The shelter that's sitting in Mission Hills, it's called Northeast Shelter, Mission Hills. That's the one Best Friends is occupying right now. It's about 50% filled. Okay, it used to be 100% filled. Now they're about down to 50% capacity over there. If she wants to do her little experiment somewhere, let her take a shelter. Let her do it at a shelter she already gave away to Best Friends. Their contract is up maybe in the next year or 2. I'm not sure of the exact date. But if they bail, they can't, LA Animal Services can't staff that shelter. That I do agree. Let her take her experiment over there, or let somebody else do it in another state. But there's no way she should be giving away this West Valley shelter that's been here for 40 or 50 years. We need these services for based on all the previous things the other callers said. So thank you again, Lori, Assad, the board members, the safety committee. I really, really appreciate it. You're doing a great thing here. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments. All right, I'm going to open this up to the board. Who would like to start? I got a hand. Randy,
we should let Glenn go too. He raised his hand.
You forgot Glenn Bailey.
Oh, I didn't even see he popped in. Glenn, I'm going to open you up there. Please, Glenn Bailey.
Glenn Bailey. Ditto to all the comments that were made. I did attend the 3 public listening sessions, or at least a good part of 2 of them, that were held by Animal Services earlier in August. And the public, and there were, I don't even know how many people there were, but I'm sure total it was hundreds, was overwhelmingly in support of keeping the West Valley Animal Shelter open, or reopening it as a shelter, municipal shelter, as it has been since the early 1970s. And the only thing I wanted to add to what was already been said is the West Valley Shelter serves the area west of the 405 freeway in the valley in the city of LA, That's represented by 16 neighborhood councils. And so far, as of tonight, before your vote, there have been 5 neighborhood councils that have acted quickly to support the West Valley Shelter. And I just want you to know that that includes Chatsworth, Northridge West, Northridge East, Encino, and Tarzana. And so hopefully if all 16 do that, I think that'd be a pretty clear message to the city of the feelings of the community in the West Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn.
Okay,
Okay, now my turn.
sure. Go ahead, Randy. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Malcolm,
Good
stop.
talking to you, but you're there.
So, my mother worked at an animal shelter. Malcolm, be quiet. When I was a kid, and I volunteered frequently at animal shelters because of that. And she went from a municipal shelter run by the county to a private one when there was a similar shift. And I can tell you there was a noticeable drop in quality for the animals, and there were serious problems that cropped up once it was privatized. So I'm just extremely disappointed that I will not be able to go on record tonight to vote in favor of this motion, and I want to say thank you to Lori and the others for developing this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna open this up to Becky.
Yeah. I'd just like to thank everybody who worked on this, Lori, and all of the people that you worked with who brought it to our attention, because without that, I don't think we would have been aware. I think it's one of the most important issues that we face. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Miran?
Yes, I'd like to take the opportunity and to recognize and say thank you to the council member Bob Bloomfield in CD3 for taking the lead in the council file 20-1114, given the closure will impact the whole valley. Also, we have to amend the council file to keep open and not open-ended request for a report. I would like also to say thank you to Asad al-Najjar and Lori to both their strenuous efforts to bring this motion on board. But please be clear, the lead of this motion is Council Member Bob Bloomfield. So I commend him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lasher.
I have adopted animals from that shelter. I have taken animals to that shelter that I found running the street. I have had a very decent, quick response from that shelter, from their staff, to a raccoon that was struck by a car and injured that would have never been responded to in the same time frame coming from East Valley Shelter. It's astonishing to me, frankly, that they're trying to close it in this manner. The nuance of the caller's statement that the air conditioning is for staff, that's at some point, it's certainly disingenuous, if not outrageous. I totally support the measure.
Thank you, David. Hassan?
Hi, everyone. So I'm in full agreement with a lot of comments previously made. The animal shelter is a very critical, integral part of our valley community, and I'm in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jason Hector.
All right. What we ought to send this to the mayor, I think, as well. And where it says our recommendations include, are you going to try and reword that a little bit to include, like, as a municipal reopen, but let's see, key to opening. Well, I'll let Lori deal with it, but I just was wondering why we have like the second bullet point and the third bullet point, like expanding marketing outreach and then considering contracting out. I just think that it's a battle of keep it open or not keep it open. And the more concise we can be in what we say, the more impactful the community impact statement is. So just a suggestion. It's up to you if you want to pass it the way it is. But I just think the main point is that first bullet point. And if we make that really strong in demanding, that really is the goal. And I like the paragraph about our stakeholders have communicated their outrage. You know, if we want to put that.
We lost you.
Okay, no, I'm back. But very good job, guys. You know, this is a really important issue, and I'm so glad that we're taking this up. And we need to put against the hybrid model, and that we want it as a municipal shelter. So, and I think Glenn's point is very important, that during the public meeting they had, there was total his words were good. Like, there was a lot of outrage, and it was obviously, anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think I'm gonna make the last comment and wrap it up. And
you have Gabriel and then David. I couldn't raise my hand because as a co-host, I cannot click the raise hand, but Gabriel is ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm in complete support of keeping this shelter open. I think we should do everything and anything we can to keep this shelter open. And I also have adopted animals from there and taken animals back. And we should do everything we can to fight for possibly the expansion of this shelter instead of shutting it down or leasing it somewhere else. That's it.
No, I can't raise my hand on the thing. So
go ahead, you're up.
Okay. I would like to start by thanking, our constituent, Kathy. She brought this to our attention to the committee back in October. We discussed it, we understood all the problem, and she helped us with a lot of the channels. And then in the safety committee, don't need to repeat all the input we got. Today, I sat with Kathy, we analyzed all the data for 2017, 18, 19, and the first couple months prior to COVID in 2020. And there is no reason for closure. It's just a mathematical budget issue. The only face of this closure would be the city is throwing taxpayers' money for somebody's pay to play or whatever you want to call it. I totally support that we keep it open. Not only that, this is the step where we could be enhancing on future other shelters, maybe expansion plans for the next planning years, for the 2025 plans. And we can address that through the safety and the outreach committee later after the CIS on establishing something to send to the mayor's office for the outlook that the valley is not only people are increasing, we have our animals increasing, and we need to increase the clinics and all that. And I'm in full support. Thank you, Lori, so much for, on such short notice, taking what Gabriel, David, and I threw at your face, and hopefully we'll make a difference. Thank you.
I'm gonna finish up and then we'll move on. But one of my big concerns with this whole shutting down the animal shelter and leasing it, and I always, when I hear things like this, it makes my skin crawl. We need this animal shelter more than anybody. We live in a valley that we either have earthquakes or we have fires or we have windstorms, and we have animals that need a place to go when they're lost. But when I hear that there's a deal being put into play for $1, I mean, we have to, as community members, as stakeholders, as neighborhood councilmen, we have to question who's behind this and what is their drive. I mean, it's ludicrous. So I'm in full support of this, and I'm going to keep an eye on this. And if I find out anything that there's, as David Lasher would say, any shenanigans going on, we're going to call it. So I'd like to call a vote on this motion, unless anybody has anything else to say. And the question is, Lori, do we want to make any changes to this motion?
The motion now is, I don't even know. Can you can you reread it?
Assad, you have to have it. I know
Well, the motion is to submit a CIS to City Council
But were we going to change the CIS in any manner before we vote on it?
I will add that remains a municipality city shelter without becoming a hybrid shelter. Some of those words have to go in there. So there will be a few edits to this, but for the most part, I think we need to keep it pretty much as is. Maybe I removed a couple of the bullets that Jason suggested just to keep it more concise. But other than that, I want to keep as much as possible that people
You
were
gotta
out.
edit it now. You gotta edit it now.
Well, I can't read it every item, I don't think.
You want to table it then?
Do you want me to help?
Do you
help
want
out
to
a little bit?
on it?
Can't we just edit it, vote to have me edit it and submit it back to the board before it
I don't
goes out?
think so. I think we have to know exactly what we're voting on. Jason, Assad?
Do you want to send it to the mayor? Let me start with that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the first edit, that it's going to go to the members of the city council and the mayor.
Okay.
So that's the first edit. The second edit is that it's support, if amended, to file a CIS in support, if amended. And then I would just, under our recommendations include, that's the second page.
Yeah.
Just on that bullet point, how do you want to do it? That keep open the West Valley shelter
As a municipal
shelter and maintain current levels of service.
What about the point the constituent made about not having it as a hybrid model?
Okay, so then the next bullet point you could add against hybrid model as well.
Okay.
And that would be the second bullet point. And then do you want to keep in that expand marketing outreach and the other one consider kennel cleaning?
You know, let's take that whole section out just to keep it concise. From expand marketing outreach to
yeah, the last two bullet points.
yeah, let's just add the against hybrid model and keep those main 2 points.
Okay. And if there's nothing else, I'll second that.
Well, let me ask, Miran's shaking his head. Miran, did you have something you want to add to that?
I just want to make sure there is an amendment that we discussed. I can't hear well.
The amendment.
Get up.
What part did you hear last on the amendment?
The only thing I heard that there is an amendment to vote on this on this CIS to amend it. That's what that's the only thing.
Okay, all right. Do you have it in front of you, the letter?
Yes.
Okay, so so the amendment is to send to the mayor as
Right.
well. And the second amendment is that we file the CIS in support of the council file if amended.
Mm-hmm.
The third change is going to be on the second page where it says our recommendation include. Do you see
Right.
that?
Right.
The first bullet point, we're going to add after West Valley shelter the words as a municipal shelter.
Yes.
And then continue and maintain current level of service. That all stays in. And then the second and third bullet point are going to be deleted.
Right.
And then we're going to add against hybrid model as well.
Yes.
And then Jason, in the closing, it says in closing, we urge the Los Angeles City Council and the mayor then to reopen the
Yes.
West Valley Animal Shelter as a municipal shelter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's multiple
last section
places
we
that we
have-
mentioned city council that you'll want to redo.
Okay. Thank you. With the mayor.
Yeah, like also in the deer part. Deer
Okay.
councilman. Okay, so
Perfect.
I'll second that one.
Well, I'll send it to Jason as well for, you know, for view because he helped me submit it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna submit it.
Before we go to vote, Jason or Lori, who wants to read the full motion, please?
I thought I just read it.
No.
Oh, the full motion. I can try and do it. I might as well do it since I've been reading this. Okay. So I'll make the motion then. The motion is to submit a CIS to the city council and Mayor.
Sean, did you contact Tony? Or why not?
Mute Lasher.
David, Lasher.
David, mute Lasher.
Do what I asked you to do.
Can't find him. Hold on.
Now.
You see him?
Lasher,
You're getting to mid-September?
I don't. You see
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay, so the motion is to submit a CIS to the city council and the mayor in support, if amended, for the council file number 20-114. With the following changes, adding under our recommendations include keep open the West Valley shelter, adding as a municipal shelter. And then removing the next two bullet points, the expand marketing one and the consider contracting one, and adding the next bullet point against hybrid model as well. And then lastly, correcting, adding and the mayor, wherever it says city council.
Okay.
All right, I'll second that motion.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and ask Gabriel to vote.
Perfect. Brandy, ineligible. Hassan?
Yes.
David Balin?
Yes.
Jason, ineligible. Miran?
Yes.
Becky?
Is it eligible?
Not here? Oh. Yeah, she's there. Shows us she's there.
Let's unmute. Becky, are you here?
There you go.
We've gone to vote.
Can't hear you. Is it yes? Up.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself,
Yeah,
Becky.
she's saying yes and voting nodding yes.
I thought she was
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Nodding.
She needs to mute. She's making a lot more statements than that.
Unmute her, David. You should be able to.
I can't. She's not. It's not unmuting.
Who's Assad? Aren't you the co-host? Unmute her.
Unmute her, David.
I'm trying so much.
Assad is muted too.
She can also mute herself, so even if the host unmutes her.
I'm not muting myself.
There you are. There you
There we go.
Okay, I vote
Perfect.
yes.
Yes. Thank you. David Lasher?
Indeed, yes.
Lori? Assad? Can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Yes.
Good God.
Gabriel, yes. Isam, absent. Motion passes.
All right.
Who seconded it?
I did, Gabriel.
Thank you.
Gabriel did.
Gabriel, can you email me the vote count? Because I'll need it for the CIS.
Sure.
Just on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
David Balin.
Yes.
Before we move on to, since I can't vote on any of the remaining items, my son is begging me to put him to bed. Can I leave?
I get it. Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're 1 hour past the adjournment time anyway.
Sorry, guys.
No, I mean, you could, of course. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Brandy.
Good
night, Brandy.
Night.
Good night, Brandy.
I'd like to get an approval for the July 8th, 2020 meeting minutes.
I second.
It should be, it's a consent calendar. It's both together, David.
You want to take on that? Do you want to take that?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar, including approving the July 8th, 2020 meeting minutes and ratify the August 2020 monthly expenditure report.
I second.
1 second.
I second before you. Come on.
Just,
thank you.
I will take the second. Gabriel, we call the vote, please.
1 second. Who got second? Who should we give second to? Miran?
Miran.
Miran.
Yes.
All right. Brandy is absent now. Hassan?
Yes.
David Balin?
Yes.
Jason, ineligible. Miran?
Yes.
Becky?
Yes.
David Lasher?
That's an easy one, yes.
Lori?
Yeah.
Assad?
Yes.
Gabriel, yes. Isam, absent. Motion passes.
All right. For I'm going to give to Jason item number 14 and 15. Jason?
All right. shoot, do you want to, can you pull it up? Somebody pull it up on the screen?
No,
I know.
Where you put it. You can verbally tell us where we're at.
Okay, fine. Basically, I redid based on the retreat discussion. So 7,500 is for, I divided it between outreach, 7,500, CIPs, community improvement projects, 7,500, and then NPG 7,500. So that was what we discussed. And then the elections were 5,000. And then I think we discussed the new website. So I got 4,500 allocated for the new website. And then that's it. So I think I took money away from, what was the thing we thought we weren't going to use? The photocopying, I think. I took money from there and I made everything work. So basically 7,500 in NPGs. And keep in mind, we approved, how much tonight? 2,500. Okay. So we're at 5,000 on NPGs. So we really need to stick to this budget, because if we don't, you know, it's going to impact other people who are trying to, you know, work on stuff. So we got to keep our NPGs to what we're budgeting. You know, let's try and stay within the budget. And if we don't get projects done, then we can hopefully roll over up to 10,000. But that's my comments on the budget. Luckily, we did roll over $9,000 and $9,061. So even if our projects take longer, it's okay to roll over that money. But let's try and keep everything within budget. Okay, that's my hope. If we I support you guys, and this is the recommendation.
So Jason, what is the total amount? 32,000.
So we got 32,000 plus the 9,000 we rolled over, totaling $41,061.
So this allocation you did, they amount to 32,000. So what about the rollover money?
9,000. It's a total.
What category is that going under?
It doesn't work like that. Basically, I take the total budgeted funds of 41,000 that we have, and I start deducting all of our regular expenses.
Darahonian. Sherry Darahonian.
Uh-oh. Sherry's calling Becky. Okay.
Okay. Just quick, I don't want to make this any longer than it needs to be. You mentioned $7,500 plus the 5,000 plus 4,500. That comes out to be $32,000. So
the 13,000. That's why I wish they pulled it up on the screen so everybody could see. There's the $13,561 is all of our operating expenses. So that includes also 4,500 for the website, as well as all our other expenses with the Windy and minutes and storage, and I have it all itemized here. But you have to pull it up on the internet unless somebody can put it on the screen.
Okay. No, I got you. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd ask the board to bear in mind that, you know, Isam left, had to leave the meeting, and he would normally be able to pull this up. But if we need to, we can send it out.
Just to summarize, it's 13,500 in operating expenses, and then 7,500 for outreach, and then 5,000 for election, and then 7,500 for NPGs, and then 7,500 for CIPs. And that all.
Jason, if you have it handy, you could share it. I gave you authority to share screen.
But just go to PRNC, and it's the item number.
Yeah. That's okay. I mean, it's getting late, frankly, so we are all losing.
Attachment E.
Let's just go ahead and proceed.
No, but the public, it's not you, Hassan. The public needs to be able to see it too. So pull it up for, it's attachment E on the PRNC.
Yeah, I see it in front of me. It's on the website.
I'm trying to speak. If somebody else could do it, pull it up on PRNC.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Show it.
Here it is.
It's big document.
Any public comments or any board comments?
It's a 12-page document.
Here you go. Here you go.
Yeah, go to page like 7. It starts on like 7 or 8.
Here is 7.
It's 8. Go to 8.
8.
There you go. Stop. Right there.
Okay. All right.
There you go. Good job.
Thank you.
Zoom in. Zoom in.
So that's the 13,000 including the website. So that's to create, say I put create new and migrate data from old site to new site. And the rest is just our regular stuff. And then scroll down and see the rollovers there, 9,000. So we have 41,000. Keep going, you're good, go down. And then outreach 7,500. I don't know how they're gonna spend that, but hopefully. Election.
Do a good job spending it. I have faith in her.
We can't do any events, so that'll be challenging, but.
No food expense,
NBGs?
exactly.
Jason?
CIPs, and then keep going down, and that's it, all the breakdowns there. So,
Okay, I think this is very self-explanatory. Since it's getting late, I don't want to keep everybody. Jason, would you go ahead and
I'll make the motion to approve the revised PRNC budget packet and authorize the treasurer to submit it to the city clerk's office.
I second.
That was Assad seconding.
David?
Gabriel, would you call the vote?
Call the vote. All right. Brandy is absent. Hassan?
Yes.
David Balin?
Yes.
Jason is ineligible. Miran?
Yes.
Becky?
Hold on one second. Can we stop for a second? Glenn Bailey has his hand up. I know has something important to say.
Probably saying that since he is ineligible to vote, he cannot make the motion.
One moment.
Let's hear.
I'm
Glenn,
sorry.
Hey, Glenn.
Yeah, yeah, because this is a revised, it happened once before, but since this is your whole budget, you might want to just be cautious because I think that probably is the case.
Yeah, so David, you want to make the motion rather than Jason?
Sure.
What about the other motion too? Did I make the motion? I made the motion for that, the animal shelter one.
No.
No.
I think he was just, Glenn.
Check with.
He's not voting. He's just.
Yeah, he did make the amended motion on the animal one.
Well, if you're not eligible, you're not able to make or second motions either. But yeah, I think he made a motion earlier, but it wasn't a funding item. And because you have to do a BAC and it's submitted to city clerk, you know, I mean, it's a little bit, the consequences are a little bit
We can do a reconsideration of that previous motion. Let's just handle this one.
The previous motion was Lori and co-assisted by myself, and then you helped us with the language. So in reality, it's Lori's motion.
It's Lori's motion, and Jason.
And you helped with the attachment. You helped with fixing
But it's not a funding motion, guys, so it's fine. Let's move on.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
You can always check with Francis too.
Let's get through this one here. I'm not making the motion. Somebody else make the motion.
Okay,
Right,
David,
David.
make the motion.
I guess the emotion is going to be.
You want me to read it? Okay. Motion to approve the revised PRNC budget packet and authorize the treasurer to submit it to the city clerk office.
I second.
Okay, Miran seconds it. All right.
Thank you.
All right, I'm calling the vote. Brandy is absent. Hassan?
Yes.
David Balin?
Yes.
Jason is ineligible. Miran?
Yes.
Becky? Is she here? She's gone?
Absent.
She left absent.
Absent. David Lasher?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Assad?
Yes.
Gabriel, yes. Isam is absent and motion passes. And Francis, if you need any of these numbers, because I know it got a little confusing, just email me.
Oh, no, I got it. I'm going to mail it to you right after this meeting is over.
Okay.
So, David, you better reconsider that other animal shelter one. I shouldn't have made that motion.
Well, I think you can, because Gibson said you're able to make a discussion.
Yeah, but I can't make a motion because I can't vote.
But you didn't vote.
You didn't vote. What it is, you helped us change the wording in the attachment.
Why don't you just call a revote on that and let Lori make the motion as
All right.
As it was stated on the
I
record.
don't think there's an issue, but we'll go ahead. If nobody minds, Lori, would you please, let's go back to item number, is that 11? No, hold on.
Item number 12.
12. Lori,
Glenn, do you think we need to do this, especially it being not a funding motion?
I think it's fine. I can read.
Glenn,
You know,
do you think
if you work with Francis and you all consense that Lori made the motion, someone seconded it, then
I had made the second. Lori was the first on the original motion. I seconded both, amended and the original.
Just call the vote. Just call the vote again. It's not a big deal. Just call the vote.
Right, call a vote again. Lori made the motion.
Gabriel
Gabriel
seconded.
second.
Gabriel, would you please call the vote?
All right. Brandy is now absent. Hassan?
Yes.
David Balin?
Yes.
Jason Hector is ineligible. Miran?
Yes.
Becky is absent now. David Lasher?
Absent.
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Assad?
Yes.
Gabriel, yes. Isam, absent. And motion passes though.
And so that was a motion for reconsideration, Francis.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the amended motion.
Yes.
Correct.
There was no
Lori-
vote on the original motion, so I just blew it away.
Perfect.
So on that note, do we have anything else left to discuss? Are we good? And I will call the meeting. Everybody, thank you for your time and consideration tonight. Have a great night. Thank you.
Very productive. Thank you, everybody. Great job.
Thank you, everybody.
Thumbs up.
Good night.
Bye.
Yes, Francis? Francis is saying something. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I hope Isam is okay.
He's good.
Oh, yeah, he'll be okay. He's good. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
Toodles.
Jason. Bye, Sam. Bye, everyone.
See you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
There you
Huh?
You're crazy.
Bye, David.
Thank
See
you.
you tomorrow, my friend, at 9.
Coffee. Good night.
Good night. Bye.